1. Heaven has pressed pause right now so that these words can find you. Listen carefully. You are not here by accident, nor by the randomness of scrolling. No. This very moment has been designed by God. You are set apart, marked, and your name has been whispered in the courts of heaven long before you even drew your first breath. That is why life has never allowed you to blend in. That is why you often felt different, even in the places where everyone else seemed to belong. You are awakened now, and the voice of the Spirit declares, your hidden gift is about to shake nations. Think about it, every tear, every night of silence, every moment of wondering why the weight felt so heavy upon your shoulders. It was not punishment, it was preparation. You were not abandoned. You were being trained. The Father has carried you through shadows so that your light could grow fierce enough to terrify darkness. Chosen one, you are walking proof that pain births power, and the scars you carry are not shameful. They are royal markings of survival. And when you look back, you will begin to see that every closed door was not rejection, but redirection. The sleepless nights that made you feel forgotten were actually the moments heaven leaned closest, shaping your spirit with resilience. You thought you were breaking, but in truth, you were being rebuilt. Gold only shines after fire. And you, chosen one, were placed in the furnace not to be destroyed, but to be refined. There is power in your scars. They speak a language that the untested cannot understand. Each wound you carry becomes a testimony that no storm, no betrayal, no valley has authority over you. These are not random marks. They are evidence that you survived what was designed to kill you. They prove that God's hand has been upon you all along, turning pain into prophecy, grief into glory, and your weakness into a weapon forged for victory. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 16, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you to bear fruit, fruit that will last. Ask in my name." This is your reminder. You were chosen, not overlooked. You were appointed, not abandoned. That's why rejection had to happen. That's why certain doors slammed shut. If you had been allowed into the wrong rooms, your calling would have been suffocated by mediocrity. Heaven shielded you by placing a veil over your true value until the appointed hour. That hour is near. You stand on the edge of awakening. And when the veil lifts, the same people who dismissed you will marvel. Nations will tremble. Because your voice is not just yours, it is heaven's echo through you. Hear me clearly. The enemy has always feared you. That's why warfare seemed constant. That's why you've endured betrayal deeper than words can describe. That's why you've battled loneliness that cut into your soul like a blade. Darkness knew what you carried before. You knew it yourself. The demonic realm recognized the mark upon you and strategized to break you before you discovered your worth. But they failed. You are still standing, and that is proof that heaven's seal is stronger than hell's attack. Chosen one, you are an atmosphere shifter. When you walk into a room, energies collide. When you speak, even in whispers, spiritual realms respond. That's why people around you sometimes cannot explain their reactions to you. Some admire you deeply without knowing why. Others despise you without cause. It is the mark of being chosen. Your very existence convicts what is false and confirms what is true. You don't have to force it. It is simply who you are. The Spirit is stirring me to tell you, the time of hiding is ending. Your hidden gift will not remain in shadows. Heaven is orchestrating circumstances right now to draw you out, to align you with voices, platforms, and assignments that will unlock the power you've carried in silence. It may terrify you at first. It may overwhelm you. But do not resist the hand of God, for He does not reveal prematurely. If He is revealing you now, it means you are ready, even if your emotions protest. Beloved, lean in close. Your destiny is not just personal, it is generational. What you carry will ripple through families, communities, and nations. The words you will speak, the acts you will perform, the prayers you will release, they will reverberate across borders, across cultures, across timelines. This is not exaggeration, this is divine assignment. Heaven does not exaggerate, heaven ordains. But understand this clearly: to whom much is given, much will be required. The crown you carry is heavy, and the journey will demand your obedience. You cannot afford to wander like the rest. You cannot afford to toy with rebellion or delay. One act of disobedience can derail years of preparation. That is why the Spirit calls you to a higher level of holiness, a deeper surrender, and a stricter separation. It is not cruelty, it is protection. God preserves His chosen ones by keeping them consecrated. Now, pause and let these words strike your heart. Do not brush them off as coincidence. This is divine intervention. Right now, heaven is stretching its hand toward you, reminding you that your life has meaning beyond what your eyes can see. You are chosen, you are sealed, and you are about to shake nations. So here is the call. If you sense this word burning in your spirit, I want you to act in faith. Comment the number 777 below as a prophetic sign that you choose alignment with heaven's assignment for your life. Hit like. Share this with another soul who needs reminding, and subscribe so that you remain connected to messages that sharpen your calling. This is not entertainment, it is equipping. Heaven is preparing you for something that the world is not ready for, but desperately needs. You are God's chosen one, and this is only the beginning. Chosen one. Let us walk deeper now into the reality you have often carried in silence, the weight of battles that no one else could see. You know what it is like to smile in front of others while bleeding inside. You know what it is like to wake at midnight with questions pressing on your chest. Questions that never seem to have answers. And though many around you misread your silence as weakness, the truth is that God was shaping a vessel that could withstand what ordinary souls could never endure. The hidden struggles of your life have been more than just random suffering. They have been divine training grounds. Each disappointment, each heartbreak, each betrayal, these were chisels in the hands of the master potter. He was forming you into a shape that could carry His glory without breaking under its weight. The very things that felt like crushing blows were in fact strengthening your foundation. You may not have realized it then, but heaven was building resilience within you. You carry secrets that only God knows. The battles inside your mind, the invisible war against despair, the questions about your worth. These are not signs of failure. They are signs that you were entrusted with a battlefield that heaven knew you could hold. While others fight only what is visible, you have been called to fight in the unseen. And that is why the enemy sought so fiercely to drown your hope. If you were ordinary, darkness would not waste its energy against you. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. chapter 34, verse 18. The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. These words are not merely comfort, they are confirmation. God never distanced himself from your pain. In fact, he drew closest when the nights felt endless and when your heart ached beyond words. The tears you shed were collected in his bottle, recorded in his book, for they were precious to him. Understand this. Chosen one, your hidden struggles have been sacred ground. Heaven has walked with you through every valley. The silence you thought was abandonment was in fact the testing of trust. The delay you thought was denial was the stretching of faith. The unanswered questions were never ignored. They were invitations to press deeper, to seek more, to cling even when no clarity was offered. This is how chosen ones are forged, not in ease, but in fire. Every sleepless night you endured carved a deeper capacity for empathy within you. The loneliness you faced expanded your ability to recognize the pain of others. The betrayals you suffered trained your spirit to discern truth from deception. Even your tears watered the soil for future harvest. Do you see it now? What you considered loss was actually an investment. Heaven never wastes the pain of its chosen vessels. And here is a truth many will not understand. It is precisely because you carried such heavy burdens that you will be able to lift others. The mantle upon your shoulders has been weighted with experience, not theory. When you speak of endurance, you do not speak as a teacher repeating words. You speak as a warrior who has lived through the battlefield. That is why your voice will have authority. It is not learned in books, it is engraved in scars. Chosen one, do not despise the path you walked. Others may have judged you, misunderstood you, even mocked you for stumbling. But those stumbles became your schooling. The nights of weakness became your training ground. Every fall you endured became an opportunity for grace to lift you, shaping you into a witness of God's relentless mercy. That is why your life carries weight. It was carved out of the depths, not painted on the surface. Do not forget how many times you thought it was over. You thought you could not go another day. You thought your strength was gone, your hope depleted, your purpose lost. Yet here you are, still breathing, still standing, still chosen. That survival itself is a miracle. Hell threw its full arsenal at you, but the fact that you remain here is proof that heaven's hand never left your side. Beloved, one day soon, you will see why it all had to happen. The very struggles that almost broke you will become the bridge others will walk across. Your story will be the medicine for their pain. Your scars will be the map to guide them out of their darkness. And you will see that nothing, absolutely nothing, was wasted. Even your most silent battle was not hidden from heaven's gaze. Lift your head. Chosen one, the weight you carried in silence is the reason you will carry influence in the future. God trusted you with pain because he knew he could trust you with power. What crushed you has become what crowned you. And though the world has not seen it yet, heaven has already recorded your victories. This is the paradox of the chosen. Those who appear the weakest in the eyes of men are often the strongest in the eyes of God. Those who cry the deepest tears are often the ones who will sing the loudest songs of deliverance. And those who carry the heaviest hidden battles are the ones entrusted to shake nations with authority. Chosen one, do not curse your silent battles. They were never designed to destroy you. They were designed to define you. Heaven has seen every moment, and soon you will see why you had to walk this path. you will understand that your hidden struggles were the evidence of your rare and priceless calling. Chosen one. Let me speak straight into your spirit now. You may have thought your presence was small, hidden, even overlooked, yet in the unseen realm, your very existence terrifies darkness. You carry something that is not explainable by human strength, something that was placed inside you by the hand of heaven itself. Every time you walk into a room, the unseen kingdom of darkness feels it. Every time you pray, even in whispers, the atmosphere shifts. Your hidden gift burns like fire, and it is fire that no demon can extinguish. Do you understand why you have always felt resistance? Why things that come easily for others seem to turn into battles for you? It is not because you are cursed. It is because you are chosen, and chosen ones carry light. That light is not gentle candlelight, it is a consuming flame. When you move forward, that flame pushes back shadows. And that is why spiritual resistance intensifies around your life. You are not weak, you are dangerous to the enemy. From the very beginning, the adversary marked you. He knew if he could stop you early, nations would never hear your voice. That is why warfare came even in childhood. Why rejection followed you like a shadow. Why some people reacted to you with unexplainable hostility. They were not reacting to your personality, they were reacting to your light. Darkness cannot stand in the presence of what God has placed inside you. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah in chapter 54, verse 17. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord. These words are not distant promises. They are your inheritance, your shield, your reality. Weapons may form, but they cannot succeed. Words may rise, but they cannot last. Chosen one, you are an atmosphere disruptor. Where you go, peace collides with chaos. Where you stand, light confronts darkness. You may not always feel it, but others around you do. Some are drawn to you like thirsty souls to water. Others feel exposed and recoil. This is not about popularity, it is about presence. The anointing of God does not make you acceptable to all. It makes you effective against the lies of hell. Your hidden gift is more than talent, more than skill, more than personality. It is a spiritual mantle that carries weight beyond explanation. You may see yourself as ordinary, but heaven sees you as a carrier of glory. And when glory enters a space, darkness cannot sit still. That is why your life has never been quiet. That is why you often sense invisible storms when you are on the verge of breakthrough. Your spirit stirs waters, and not everyone around you is ready for that stirring. Remember, chosen one, you are not fighting flesh and blood. The battles you face are not against people, but against principalities, powers, and rulers of darkness in unseen places. When the enemy launches accusations against you, when lies circulate, when misunderstandings rise like waves, it is because your presence is provoking the unseen. If you were not a threat, hell would not bother. The very opposition you face is evidence of the power you carry. And here is what you must not forget. Darkness cannot withstand what God has placed within you. The light you carry is not fragile, it is fierce. It was born in trials, baptized in tears, refined in fire. That is why it shines so intensely. Do not despise the seasons that forced you to cry out for strength. Do not despise the prayers that felt unanswered. Every hidden battle added oil to your flame. And now that flame burns brighter than ever, beloved, the world will not always understand you. Some will label you too intense, too different, too uncompromising. But you were never designed to blend in. You were designed to stand out, to disrupt, to awaken. Heaven did not choose you to entertain. Heaven chose you to confront. And though the path is narrow and the cost is high, the reward is eternal. Now let me pause here and ask you for something small but significant. If this word is striking your spirit, type in the comments, "I choose light." Just 3 words. But they are a declaration of war in the unseen. When you write it, you are aligning your heart with heaven's truth. You are reminding yourself and declaring publicly that no matter what rises against you, you will not hide your gift. You will shine. And that choice is powerful. It shakes the grip of fear. It silences the voice of doubt. And it terrifies the darkness that once tried to silence you. Chosen one, your decision to stand in light will ripple into eternity. Every time you resist compromise, every time you refuse to bow to fear, every time you choose holiness over popularity, you are advancing heaven's kingdom. This is why you must never underestimate your presence. It may look small in your eyes, but in the spirit, it is mighty. Nations are waiting for what you carry. And understand this, you do not carry light for yourself alone. You are a torchbearer. And torches are designed to ignite others. The fire within you will awaken dormant flames in those around you. That is why the enemy fought to silence you, because your light is contagious. Once you shine without shame, others will rise from shadows and dare to shine too. That is how nations are shaken. One flame becomes many, until darkness cannot remain. So stand firm. Beloved, guard your flame with prayer. Protect your spirit with holiness. Refuse the lies of unworthiness that whisper, "You are too broken to be used." Remember this truth. The very places where you thought you were disqualified are the very places God will use to display His glory. The cracks in your vessel only allow the light to shine brighter. Chosen one, heaven has trusted you with light, and that light will not be hidden. You will disrupt darkness wherever you go, not by striving, but simply by being who God has called you to be. The weight of silent battles has prepared you. The fire of trials has strengthened you, and the oil of surrender has lit your flame. Walk boldly now, the nations are waiting for your light. Chosen one, there is something you must come to terms with if you are to embrace the fullness of your calling. The path you walk will often be misunderstood. Those closest to you may not recognize the depth of what you carry. Friends may interpret your silence as pride, your convictions as stubbornness, and your separation as rejection. But do not let their misunderstanding confuse you. This is part of the divine design. Heaven has always hidden its treasures in unlikely vessels. You see, rejection has been one of your greatest teachers. Though it stung, though it pierced your heart, though it left you wondering if you were truly loved, it was a necessary refining. Rejection carved space in your soul where only God's approval could fill. If you had been embraced by every crowd, you might have settled for their acceptance instead of chasing His presence. If every door had opened easily, you might have mistaken popularity for purpose. But because you were pushed aside, you learned to lean only on Him. This is the paradox of the chosen. Often, They are misunderstood until their appointed time. Joseph was misunderstood by his brothers, accused falsely, imprisoned unjustly. Yet it was all preparing him to stand before Pharaoh. David was overlooked even by his own family, dismissed as insignificant. Yet heaven called him a king. Jesus himself was despised and rejected, a man of sorrows, acquainted with grief. Yet he carried the salvation of the world. Why should your path be any different? The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah in chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. This ancient truth is the same for you. Being set apart often looks like being pushed aside. It looks like loneliness, isolation, misunderstanding. But heaven has always seen you, always marked you, always appointed you for something bigger than human approval. Beloved, when you are misunderstood, it is not a sign of failure, it is a sign of distinction. It means that heaven has clothed you in garments that this world cannot recognize. You carry a frequency that does not match the noise of the crowd. You move to rhythms that others cannot hear. And while they may judge you for being different, it is precisely that difference that proves you are chosen. Do not despise the seasons of silence where no one seemed to understand you. Those were the seasons where God was your only companion. Those were the times when you discovered that His voice could sustain you, when no other voice affirmed you. That intimacy forged strength. That hidden walk gave you roots. And though others may never know the depth of what you endured, heaven knows. Heaven has recorded every tear, every prayer, every night you chose faith over despair. The misunderstanding of others has also protected you. Think of this carefully. If everyone had celebrated you, you might have been distracted by applause. If every hand had welcomed you, you might have been ensnared by comfort. But because you were often pushed out, you were pushed deeper into the arms of God. What felt like rejection was actually redirection away from distraction and into destiny. Chosen one. The refining power of rejection has given you something rare, authenticity. You no longer chase approval because you know how fleeting it is. You no longer bow to the opinions of the crowd because you have learned that their acceptance today can turn into accusation tomorrow. Instead, you have learned to anchor yourself in God's voice alone. And that is why your future influence will carry weight. It will not be built on popularity, but on purity. Misunderstanding has also sharpened your discernment. When people spoke against you without cause, you learned to listen deeper. When their actions did not align with their words, you learned to see beyond the surface. This gift of discernment will protect you in the days to come. For not every opportunity is from God, and not every voice is from heaven. Because you endured misunderstanding, you will be able to recognize truth more clearly than most. Take comfort in this. Beloved, every chosen vessel in Scripture walked this same road. Noah was mocked for building an ark when there was no rain. Moses was doubted by his own people, even as he led them to freedom. Jeremiah was ridiculed for his prophetic cries. Paul was accused and beaten for preaching the gospel. Yet, in each case, misunderstanding was not the end. It was the evidence of divine assignment. The very rejection they endured became the stage for God's vindication, and so it will be with you. Those who misunderstood you will one day see the fruit of your obedience. Those who dismissed you will witness the evidence of your calling. But even then, you must remember, Your goal is never to prove them wrong. Your goal is to remain faithful to the one who called you. Vindication is heaven's work, not yours. All you are asked to do is walk faithfully, humbly, and with unwavering trust. Chosen one, learn to embrace the misunderstood path. It is the narrow way, but it is the way of power. It keeps you hidden until the appointed time. It strips away the craving for human applause and fills you with hunger for God alone. And in that hunger, you will find a satisfaction deeper than any human approval could ever offer. So when you feel overlooked, remember, heaven has not overlooked you. When you feel rejected, remember, you were rejected so that you would not be diluted by the crowd. When you feel misunderstood, remember, you are understood fully by the one who formed you. And in the end, his understanding is the only one that matters. Beloved, take heart. The path of misunderstanding is not a curse. It is a crown. It is the mark of those who are set apart for purposes greater than themselves. You are among them. You are chosen. And though the world may not yet see it, heaven already knows the magnitude of what you carry. Chosen one. Heaven's spotlight is not something you must chase. It is something that finds you at the appointed time. You may have wondered why your gifts stayed hidden for so long. Why your prayers for opportunity seemed unanswered. Why others were promoted while you remained in the shadows. But shadows are not a prison, they are a covering. A seed cannot grow unless it is hidden in the soil. A diamond cannot shine until it has endured the pressure of darkness. And so it has been with you. For years, heaven has been preparing you in silence, like oil pressed in secret. Your anointing has been distilled drop by drop, like a soldier trained away from the public eye. Your endurance has been built in battles no one else could see. And when the moment comes, it will not be your striving that reveals you, it will be God's timing. When heaven says the time has come, no man, no system, no obstacle can stop your unveiling. The ancient words recorded in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3 still echo with power. For the vision is yet for the appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay. This is your assurance. Delay is not denial. The spotlight of heaven is not switched on by human hands. It shines when God commands. And when it shines, no darkness can cover it. Beloved, picture this. A candle in the dark room seems small and fragile, but when the power of heaven blows upon it, it becomes a wildfire. That is what will happen with you. The small acts of obedience you carried out in silence, the prayers whispered, the sacrifices made, the tears shed. These are the sparks that heaven will ignite into something mighty. Nations will see what heaven already knew. But hear me clearly. The spotlight is not given for vanity, but for victory. It is not about your name. It is about His name. You are not placed on display to be admired. You are placed on display so that others can see the glory of God shining through you. This is why you cannot fear the moment of unveiling. It is not your reputation at stake. It is His. And He will never fail His own name. Your hidden gift has been heavy because it was never designed to be carried for yourself alone. Imagine a river. It does not flow for its own sake. It flows to water the land, to refresh the thirsty, to give life to those who are dry. You are that river, and when heaven uncovers you, the flow will not only refresh you, it will refresh generations. Chosen one, Let me also speak to your heart in honesty. What you are receiving here is not entertainment, it is nourishment. Words like these are like bread placed before your soul. If you feel the fire burning inside you, if you sense the weight of truth resonating, then I ask you, nurture this work. Just as farmers sow seed into soil so that it may continue to produce, your generosity keeps this river flowing. If you feel led, consider sowing into this ministry, whether through sharing, subscribing, or even donating as an act of faith. These are not demands. They are invitations to partner with heaven's work. Think of it like this. When a lamp burns, it needs oil to keep shining. In the same way, your support becomes oil that keeps this flame burning brightly, reaching others who desperately need the same word you are receiving. So, if your heart feels stirred, offer that oil through your like, your share, your subscription, or your gift of support. Each small act is a seed that heaven multiplies far beyond what you can imagine. You are part of something bigger than yourself. Every time you share, you are not just pressing a button, you are carrying the flame into another soul's darkness. Every time you subscribe, you are choosing to stay connected to a stream of living water that will refresh you again and again. Every donation you make is not lost. It is transformed into fuel that allows the message to go further, to cross borders, to reach hearts in silence who think they are forgotten. Beloved, this is how the body of Christ works. One carries the message, another carries the oil, another carries the prayer. Together, it becomes unstoppable. Together, it becomes a wave that nations cannot ignore. And you, yes, you are being invited to be part of that wave. Do not underestimate the small act of your support. A single drop of rain may seem insignificant, but countless drops create rivers, and rivers carve valleys, and valleys shape nations. That is what your act of support does. It joins with countless others until a movement of light and truth sweeps across the earth. Chosen one, lift your head. The time of unveiling is close. You have not been overlooked. You have been preserved. The spotlight of heaven is about to reveal you, and the gift you carry will not only bless you, but will shake nations. Walk humbly, shine boldly, and remember, the world is not waiting for a perfect version of you. It is waiting for the authentic light that only you carry. And as heaven prepares to reveal you, do not be afraid of the platform. Do not shrink back from the call, for you will not stand alone. The same God who trained you in silence will empower you in public. The same God who hid you will now reveal you, and the same God who called you will sustain you. So receive this truth with courage. Step into the coming season with open hands. And if this word has stirred your soul, sow back into it through your like, through your share, through your subscription, through your gift of generosity. These are not mere actions, they are prophetic acts. They declare to heaven that you are not only receiving, but also releasing, not only blessed, but also blessing. Chosen one, the world is about to see what heaven already knows. Shine, not for your name, but for His. And as you shine, remember, you are never alone. Chosen one. Let me tell you something that will stir your spirit. The language of heaven is not always spoken in words. Sometimes it is released in patterns, in timings, in divine codes that show up around you. These are not coincidences. They are reminders that your life is orchestrated by a higher hand. Numbers, moments, repeated signs, they appear to awaken you, to whisper, "You are seen, you are guided, you are chosen." And have you noticed how certain numbers keep appearing in your path? Maybe on clocks, on receipts, on license plates, even in unexpected places. These are not random accidents. They are prophetic markers, confirmations that heaven is aligning you with destiny. The world calls them coincidences, but you know better. These are divine winks, holy reminders that your steps are ordered. The Spirit spoke through Moses in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6. "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." Do you see? Even the numbers that appear in your path are like echoes of this truth. You are never alone. Not for a moment. Heaven is with you in every step. Chosen one. Prophetic numbers are not about superstition. They are about alignment. They are heaven's way of drawing your attention to a bigger reality. When the same number keeps appearing, it is like a whisper. Pay attention. This season is shifting. You are stepping into alignment. Heaven knows that sometimes, in the noise of life, our spirits need these signs to wake us up, to remind us that the story unfolding is divine, not accidental. Think of it this way: when a pilot flies through clouds, the runway is not visible. They rely on instruments, on numbers, codes, and readings that keep them aligned with the invisible path. In the same way, these prophetic numbers are instruments for your soul. They remind you that even when you cannot see clearly, you are not lost. You are guided by a hand greater than your own. Beloved, there have been moments when doubt whispered that you are forgotten, that nothing is happening, that heaven is silent. But then suddenly, that number appeared again on the clock, on the page, in a place you least expected. That was not silence. That was God's way of saying, "I am still here. I am still guiding you. Do not lose heart." Prophetic numbers remind us that time itself is in God's hands. Your destiny does not run on human schedules. It runs on heaven's calendar. While the world measures success by speed, God measures it by alignment. And when heaven's timing collides with your preparation, the numbers in your life serve as confirmations that the season has shifted. Do not dismiss the signs you are seeing. The more you pay attention, the more your spirit awakens to the flow of heaven's order. This is why it is important not just to see them, but to respond to them. Every time you acknowledge them, you are declaring, "Yes, Lord, I hear you. I trust your leading." And that act of response aligns your heart even deeper with the path He has for you. Chosen one. Right now is one of those divine intersections. This word is not just a message, it is a marker. Heaven is speaking, and you are hearing. So I want you to respond prophetically. If this word is burning within you, type in the comments 444. Just those 3 digits. This is more than a number, it is an act of agreement. It says, "I recognize the signs. I choose to align, and I trust that God is leading my every step." When you type it, you are not just posting, you are planting. You are planting a declaration in the soil of your life, saying that you will no longer walk blind. You will walk aware, alert, and aligned. And heaven honors that. Just as a seed planted grows into something greater, your prophetic response becomes a seed of faith that multiplies in your future. Beloved, numbers are simple, but their meaning is eternal. 4, 4, 4, a sign of stability, of foundations being secured, of God building something unshakable in you. That is what He is doing right now. While storms rage, while uncertainty surrounds you, He is setting your foundation so firm that no wind can uproot you. When you write it, you are agreeing with heaven. Build me, Lord, establish me, make me unshakable. End. Think of the construction of a great tower. Before it rises, workers dig deep into the ground, laying a foundation of stone and steel. It seems invisible work, unglamorous, unnoticed, yet it is the most important part of the process. Without it, the tower would crumble. That is what God has been doing in your life. He has been digging deep, laying foundations, preparing you for height. The numbers He sends you are like blueprints, reminders that the foundation is being set and the building is about to rise. Chosen one, lift your eyes. You are not lost. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are aligned, and heaven is confirming it with every sign, every pattern, every number that crosses your path. The next time it happens, don't dismiss it. Pause. Breathe. Say, I hear you, Lord, and let that small act anchor you again in faith. Your journey is not random. Your life is not chaos. It is a carefully written story, unfolding line by line, step by step. And these signs, the prophetic numbers, are the bookmarks heaven places along the way, reminding you that the author of your life is still writing, still guiding, still perfecting your story. Chosen one. Believe this with all your heart. The signs you see are not to confuse you, they are to confirm you. They are heaven's way of saying, keep walking. You are on the right path. And as you continue, you will see how every number, every whisper, every marker was pointing you toward a destiny far greater than you imagined. Chosen one. You have been sealed with something greater than any human label, greater than any earthly recognition. While others may scramble to define themselves through achievements, titles, or possessions, you carry a mark that cannot be erased. Heaven's seal. This seal is not visible to the natural eye, yet it speaks louder than any crown the world could place upon your head. It is a declaration that you belong, that you are protected, that your life is woven into the eternal purposes of God. From the very beginning, God's chosen ones have always carried such a seal. It is not a mark of privilege for pride, but of identity for purpose. Think of Israel, delivered from Egypt with the blood of the Lamb marking their doorposts. The destroyer passed over them, not because they were stronger than others, but because they were sealed. Think of Ezekiel's vision, where a mark was placed upon those who sighed and cried for righteousness in a corrupt city. Again, protection flowed because they bore heaven's seal. And now, you walk in that same reality. You may not always feel it, but the spiritual realm recognizes it. When darkness approaches, it sees the seal and trembles. When the enemy schemes, he knows there is a line he cannot cross. For you are not ordinary property. You are God's possession. This is why certain accidents missed you, This is why certain traps failed. This is why certain attacks backfired. You have been sealed. As the Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 13, "And you also were included in Christ when you heard the message of truth, the gospel of your salvation. When you believed, you were marked in him with a seal, the promised Holy Spirit." This verse does not speak of a temporary condition, it speaks of eternal identity. The Spirit himself is your seal, your guarantee that heaven's hand is upon you. Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of this truth. When you walk into a room, you are not just another face in the crowd, you carry divine ownership. When you pray, your words do not rise as echoes, they ascend as marked petitions, backed by the authority of the one who sealed you. When you stumble, you do not stumble as a stranger, you fall as a child. And heaven rushes to lift you because your seal declares that you belong. There will be times when people question your worth. They may look at your past, at your weaknesses, at your failures, and conclude that you are disqualified. But their opinions do not carry the authority to override the seal. The seal is stronger than shame, louder than accusation, firmer than doubt. While the enemy may try to remind you of who you were, the seal testifies of who you are: chosen, marked, redeemed. This seal also carries responsibility. It is not just a badge of protection, it is a call to holiness. You cannot live like the crowd when you have been marked by heaven. You cannot blend into compromise when the Spirit himself lives within you. Your life is not your own, it belongs to the one who sealed it. And though this may feel heavy at times, it is the highest honor you could ever carry. Chosen one. Reflect on this. Why do you think certain temptations felt heavier for you? Why did rebellion taste bitter when others seemed to indulge freely? It is because of the seal. The Spirit within you resisted, reminding you that you were not made for chains. That inner conflict you felt was not weakness, it was proof that heaven's mark was alive in you, pulling you back toward destiny when your feet wandered. Do not despise that tension. It is evidence that you belong. Those who carry no seal may wander endlessly, never sensing conviction, never feeling the pull of holiness. But you feel it deeply, and though at times you may have resented it, one day you will thank God for it, for that inner tug kept you from paths that would have destroyed you, even when you didn't understand why you couldn't enjoy what others embraced. Beloved, the seal also speaks of inheritance. You are not just marked for survival, you are marked for abundance. Just as a king's seal guarantees the authority of a decree, heaven's seal upon you guarantees that the promises spoken over your life will come to pass. You may wait, you may wrestle, you may weep, but the seal declares that God's word cannot fail. What he has spoken, he will fulfill. And this inheritance is not limited to material blessings. It is the inheritance of peace in chaos, of joy in sorrow, of strength in weakness, of eternal life beyond death. These treasures cannot be stolen by thieves or corroded by time. They are sealed, just as you are sealed. And this assurance gives you courage to endure storms, knowing that what is marked by heaven cannot be erased by hell. Chosen one. Imagine a letter sealed with wax and stamped with the insignia of a king. No one dares tamper with it. For to break the seal unlawfully is to provoke the wrath of the throne. You are that letter. Your life is a message written by God's hand, sealed by His Spirit. carried into the world as living testimony. No one has the authority to alter your story. No power can intercept your destiny. The seal guarantees delivery. So walk with confidence. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are carried with intention. You are not vulnerable prey. You are guarded possession. You are not undefined. You are divinely identified. And though storms may rage, though doubts may rise, though opposition may surround you, the seal speaks louder. You belong to him. In days to come, when the spotlight of heaven reveals you more fully, remember this truth. Do not measure your worth by applause, by opportunities, or by results. Measure it by the seal. The applause may fade. The opportunities may shift. The results may fluctuate. But the seal remains unshakable. It is the anchor of your identity and the guarantee of your inheritance. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The same God who sealed you will sustain you. The same Spirit who marked you will guide you. The same promise that covered you will carry you into the fullness of destiny. You are not random. You are not replaceable. You are marked, sealed, and eternally secured. Chosen one. Before nations shake, before platforms expand, before voices rise to amplify the truth within you, there is first an earthquake inside your own soul. It is the shaking of the inner world. Many see the fruit of public calling, but do not understand the private tremors that prepared it. Before you can shift the world, God shakes you. Before your words thunder over cities, His Spirit rumbles within you like a hidden storm. This inner earthquake is not punishment, it is construction. When foundations are weak, when cracks run through hidden places, when fractures lie buried beneath the surface, God sends His shaking. At first, it feels terrifying. Your plans collapse. Your relationships shift. The stability you thought you had suddenly crumbles. Yet, though everything feels uncertain, something deeper is happening. Heaven is laying new foundations. Consider the trees of a forest. When winds rage, shallow roots snap, and trees topple. But those with roots driven deep into the soil do not merely survive, they grow stronger. Because the storm forces their roots to dig deeper. So it is with you. The earthquakes in your life have not come to destroy you, but to anchor you in places you never would have gone without them. What seemed like destruction was actually deepening. The voice of God thundered in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 6. This is what the Lord Almighty says. In a little while I will once more shake the heavens and the earth, the sea and the dry land. That shaking begins within you. Heaven rattles every false confidence, every shallow reliance, every hidden idol, until what remains in you is unshakable. Chosen one. Think back to the seasons when everything familiar was stripped away. Maybe it was friendships you thought would last forever, or dreams you thought were certain, or safety you assumed was guaranteed. Suddenly, the ground beneath you broke apart, and you were left gasping, trembling, wondering if you would make it through. Those were not random tragedies, they were holy earthquakes. God shook you so that nothing unworthy could remain as the foundation of your future. And here is the mystery. The more violent the shaking, the stronger the foundation becomes. Pain forces you to confront what comfort allowed you to ignore. Shattered plans reveal attachments you didn't realize you were leaning on. Loss unmasks the illusions of control. When the shaking comes, all that is counterfeit collapses, leaving only what is eternal. And that eternal core, the presence of God, the Spirit within you, the unbreakable truth of His Word, becomes the bedrock of your destiny. Do not despise the earthquake within. It has been heaven's tool to set you apart. Others may appear steady because they have never been shaken, but their steadiness is shallow. You have endured tremors that stripped you of false strength and forced you into true dependence. That is why, when storms rage again, you will not crumble. The shaking within has already prepared you for the shaking around you. Beloved, remember this: the enemy fears an unshakable soul. He may send storms to intimidate you. But when you have already endured the earthquake within, outward storms lose their power. You have already been broken and rebuilt by God Himself. You know what it is to fall apart, only to rise again stronger, purer, steadier. And that testimony alone terrifies darkness. Every chosen vessel in Scripture endured such inner shaking. Moses faced 40 years in the wilderness before standing before Pharaoh. Elijah's spirit quaked beneath the broom tree before he confronted nations. Peter wept bitterly after denying Christ before he preached at Pentecost. Paul was struck blind before he carried the gospel across the world. Each one knew what it was to quake inside before they shook the world outside. Chosen one, this is your story too. You have felt the ground of your own soul split open. You have felt your identity questioned, your purpose doubted, your faith stretched to breaking. And yet, here you stand, not destroyed, but refined. That is the miracle of God's shaking. It never ends in ruin. It always ends in renewal. Picture a potter working with clay. He presses, pounds, reshapes. The clay resists, but the potter persists, for he sees the vessel that must emerge. In the same way, God's shaking has been the press of His hands, breaking old shapes, softening hard places, stretching weak spots, until your life could hold the weight of His glory. Without the pressing, the clay would crumble under pressure. With it, the clay becomes a vessel of strength. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The inner earthquake has not been wasted. It has made you ready. It has carved humility where pride once hid. It has planted compassion where judgment once grew. It has forged endurance where weakness once lingered. And now, you are steady in ways you never imagined you could be. The world may see scars, heaven sees foundations. This is why, when the time comes for your gift to emerge, you will not falter. Others may be dazzled by sudden platforms and stumble under pressure, but you will stand, for you know what it is to lose everything and find God is still enough. You know what it is to quake in silence and rise stronger in secret. That inner strength cannot be bought, imitated, or manufactured. It is born only in the furnace of God's shaking. So do not fear the quakes that come again. Do not shrink back when life trembles beneath your feet. Remember the truth. You have already survived what should have crushed you. You have already risen from the rubble of your own breaking. If God was faithful then, He will be faithful now. The shaking is not your enemy, it is your ally. It is proof that heaven is preparing you for more. Beloved, let the earthquake within remind you that nations cannot be shaken by fragile souls. They can only be shaken by those who have already been shaken themselves and found unshakable strength in God. That is who you are becoming. That is why your hidden gift carries such weight. And soon, the shaking inside will mirror the shaking outside. Nations will tremble, not because of your name, but because the God who shook you will now move through you. You will be steady when others collapse, bold when others fear, faithful when others flee. For the unshakable within you will birth the unshakable around you. Chosen one, embrace the earthquake within. It has been the hand of heaven preparing you for destiny. And when the dust settles, you will see what God has been building all along. A life so anchored, so rooted, so steady, that no power on earth or in hell can move you from your calling. Chosen one, fire has been your silent companion. You may not have seen it with your eyes, but you have felt it in your soul. Trials have burned through your life. Seasons of hardship have tested your endurance, and yet the flame inside you refuses to die. Others may look at your scars and see weakness, but heaven looks at your scars and sees proof. Your fire still burns. It is not a fire of destruction, it is a fire of refinement, an eternal flame that trials cannot quench. Why does the fire cling to you so persistently? Because you are not ordinary. Ordinary souls can live without the fire, coasting through life with shallow faith and temporary comfort. But you are chosen. Chosen vessels must walk through fire, not as punishment, but as preparation. Fire exposes what is false. Fire burns away what is temporary. Fire strengthens what is eternal. You have been chosen to carry a flame that will light the way for others, and that flame can only be formed in the furnace. Think about gold. Before it shines, before it becomes precious in the eyes of men, it must endure intense heat. Without fire, gold remains hidden in rock, dull and unremarkable. But once it is refined, it becomes radiant. So it is with you. Without the trials, your gift would have remained buried. But through the fire, your essence has been revealed, polished by heaven's hand, until your spirit carries a brilliance that darkness cannot endure. Scripture says in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7, these trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire, tests and purifies gold, faith more precious than gold. Do you see it? Heaven calls your faith more precious than gold. The fire was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal you. Chosen one. You have asked at times, why me? Why must my journey feel so heavy while others seem to walk lightly? The answer is simple yet profound, because you were born to carry a weight others could not. You were born to burn with a fire others cannot endure. Your trials were not signs of abandonment, but of trust. Heaven entrusted you with fire, knowing that though it scorched your flesh, it would purify your spirit. This is why the flame inside you terrifies the enemy. Darkness cannot quench it, though it has tried. Betrayals attempted to suffocate it. Loss tried to extinguish it. Loneliness tried to starve it. Yet the flame still burns, and every time it flickered low, heaven breathed upon it until it roared again. Your survival is not ordinary, it is supernatural. You are living proof that fire refines but does not destroy the chosen. Beloved, the fire you carry is not just for you. It is contagious. When others see you endure storms without losing your light, their own sparks are fanned into flame. When they hear your story of survival, their hearts ignite with hope. When they watch you rise from ashes again and again, They realize that the same God who sustained you can sustain them too. You are a torchbearer, and torches are not meant to burn in isolation. They are meant to set others alight. Do not despise the fire. Do not wish it away. For every tear shed in the furnace, heaven has stored oil to keep your flame burning brighter. Every cry in the darkness has added fuel to your future. And now, what you carry is not fragile, it is fierce. The fire that once threatened to consume you has become the very weapon that protects you. But here is what you must understand. You cannot carry fire casually. Fire demande reverence. Fire requires stewardship. That means guarding your spirit, feeding your flame with prayer, with truth, with holiness. Neglect invites ash. Devotion keeps the flame alive. The enemy cannot quench the fire, but you must choose to tend it. You must choose to keep the altar burning. Beloved, you may feel weary from the heat. You may feel like the fire has lasted longer than you can endure. But take heart, God Himself walks with you in the furnace. Remember Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were thrown into the fire, bound and condemned. Yet in the midst of the flames, a fourth figure appeared, shining with glory. The fire did not consume them, it only burned away their chains. That is your story too. The flames you faced were never meant to kill you. They were meant to free you. And when you emerge, you will not smell of smoke. You will not walk bowed in defeat. You will shine with a radiance that proves the fire was real. But the flame inside you was stronger. Nations will see it. Generations will feel it. And darkness will bow before it. Now I will ask you to do something simple but powerful. If these words are igniting your spirit, type in the comments, "Still burning." Just 2 words. But they carry a prophetic weight. By writing them, you declare that despite everything, your flame has not gone out. You declare that the trials did not win, the enemy did not succeed, and despair did not drown you. You are still burning, and that fire will carry you into destiny. When you type it, you are not only reminding yourself, you are proclaiming it to the unseen realm. You are testifying to heaven and defying hell. I am still burning. My gift still lives. My destiny is still alive. And that declaration shakes the darkness more than you know. Chosen one, guard this fire. Cherish it. Let it grow. For in the days ahead, when the world grows cold, it will be the warmth of your flame that draws others out of shadows. It will be your light that shows them the way. And as your fire spreads, nations will tremble, not because of you, but because of the God who kept you burning. So rise, beloved, step forward with fire in your eyes and faith in your heart. You are not a flickering candle, you are a blazing torch, and the fire within you will never die. Chosen one, your voice is not just a sound, it is a trumpet. When heaven uncovers what you carry, your words will not fall like whispers lost in the wind. They will echo like thunder over mountains, crossing borders, shattering chains, waking the sleepers. Your hidden gift, carried in silence for so long, is destined to rise as a voice among the nations. Do you know why silence has surrounded you? Because trumpets are not blown casually. They are reserved for moments of war, for the calling of armies, for the proclamation of victory. Your voice has been kept hidden until the appointed hour, so that when it is released, it will not be wasted. It will be world-changing. as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 20. For it will not be you speaking, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. This is why your words will carry weight. It will not be human eloquence that shakes hearts, but divine breath flowing through your mouth. You will speak, but it will be heaven's echo, chosen one. Picture a river dam. For years, waters gather behind it, silent and unseen, pressing against the barrier. People walking by see calmness, unaware of the force building behind the wall. Then the gates open and the release is unstoppable. That is your story. Your silence was the dam. Your prayers, tears, and struggles were the gathered waters. And now, heaven prepares to open the gates. When you speak, it will not be trickles of water, but a flood rushing with unstoppable force. But hear me, your voice is not given to entertain crowds, it is given to awaken souls. Like a lighthouse cutting through fog, your words will guide those lost at sea. Like a fire crackling in the night, your testimony will warm hearts chilled by despair. Like a trumpet at dawn, your message will call armies of faith to rise from slumber. Every syllable you release will be more than sound. It will be light, fire, and battle cry. This is why you must not shrink back. Many chosen ones feel unworthy to speak, doubting their eloquence, fearing rejection. But heaven is not interested in polished speeches, it is interested in surrendered vessels. The stammering of Moses shook Egypt. The trembling words of Jeremiah warned nations. The bold declarations of Paul overturned empires. What shook the world was never human perfection. It was divine authority. Beloved, your gift must be carried with both humility and courage. Humility, because you know the trumpet is not your invention, it is God's. Courage, because you know silence is no longer an option. A trumpet that refuses to sound betrays its purpose. And you have not been prepared for silence. You have been prepared for proclamation. Now, allow me to speak heart to heart. Words like these are seeds sown into your soul. And seeds require soil to grow. Soil is nurtured when you water it. Protect it. Invest in it. In the same way, this message flows like a river to you. But rivers do not flow without source. If you have felt life in these words, if your heart has burned as you listened, then I invite you to partner with this work. Support it with your like, your share, your subscription, or even your donation if your spirit feels stirred. Think of it as oil for a lamp. A lamp may shine brightly for a while, but without oil, the flame dims. Your support is that oil. It keeps the flame burning so that this light can reach others who are still in darkness. Every share is like passing the torch to another soul. Every subscription is like choosing to keep your lamp trimmed and ready for more. Every donation is like pouring fresh oil, ensuring the flame never goes out. Beloved, you are not just a receiver, you are a partner. Imagine a great ship sailing across oceans. One person steers, another sets the sails, another provides supplies. Without each role, the ship cannot complete its journey. In the same way, this movement requires more than a single voice. It requires hearts like yours to carry it further. Your simple act of support becomes part of a divine voyage reaching nations. And do not underestimate what feels small. A single seed seems insignificant, Yet forests are born from seeds. A single drop seems weak, yet rivers are formed by countless drops. In the same way, your act of generosity, whether by sharing, subscribing, or donating, is multiplied by heaven until it becomes a harvest greater than you can imagine. Chosen one, let your support be a reflection of your faith. If you believe the trumpet of your life will sound, then sow into the trumpet, sounding now. If you believe nations will hear your voice, then help ensure this voice reaches nations too. Heaven uses vessels, but it also uses partnerships. And your partnership can carry light further than your own voice could alone. But more than this, know that your voice matters. You may think, who am I to make a difference? Yet the same God who placed his seal upon you has placed his fire within your mouth. When you speak, even to one person, ripples spread. Your words may be the spark that ignites a weary soul, the answer to someone's desperate prayer, the trumpet that calls one heart back to God. Never despise the sound of your own testimony. Chosen one, a season is coming when your voice will not only be heard, but needed. Nations tremble, hearts grow cold, chaos multiplies, but heaven has planted within you a trumpet of hope. When the world cries confusion, your words will declare clarity. When the crowd screams despair, your voice will carry peace. When darkness boasts of victory, your testimony will thunder with truth. Light always wins. So lift your head. Beloved, guard your voice with prayer. Sharpen it with truth. And when the moment comes, do not shrink back. Blow the trumpet you were given. For it was not given to stay silent, it was given to shake nations. And as you hear these words now, remember, you are not alone in this. This message has reached you as confirmation, but it will also reach countless others if it has touched your heart. Nurtureit. Let your like, your share, your subscription, your donation be like drops of oil, keeping the lamp burning, ensuring the trumpet of heaven continues to sound through every chosen one who listens. For you are not only a listener, you are part of this trumpet call, and the nations are waiting. Chosen one, you have walked through valleys so deep that only heaven knows their weight. You have endured wounds so sharp that only eternity could measure their depth. And yet, those very wounds have become jewels. Every scar you carry, every line etched upon your soul, every mark left by battles unseen, they are not evidence of weakness. They are proof of endurance. And endurance is the crown you wear. The world often hides its scars, covering them as if they are shameful reminders of failure. But in the kingdom of God, scars are badges of honor. They are proof that you fought and survived. They are testimonies that what tried to destroy you could not. And while others may see brokenness, heaven says beauty. For every scar has been transformed into a jewel, set into the crown that only the chosen can wear. Think of a warrior returning from battle. His armor is scratched. His body is scarred. His face is weathered, but his eyes burn with the fire of victory. The scars do not diminish him, they elevate him. They tell a story of resilience, of courage, of triumph. That is you, chosen one. Your life bears the marks of countless battles, but it also carries the evidence of countless victories. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. These words echo across centuries into your own journey. Every fight you have endured, every step you refused to give up, every ounce of faith you clung to it has built a crown of endurance upon your head. Chosen one. Do you realize how rare this crown is? Many desire blessings, but few endure the breaking required to carry them. Many crave influence, but few survive the refining that makes influence unshakable. You have endured where others have fallen. You have stood when others walked away, and for that, heaven clothes you with honor that cannot be bought, cannot be stolen, cannot be fabricated. Do not despise your scars. They are not reminders of weakness, but monuments of strength. Every betrayal carved a line of wisdom. Every season of loneliness planted seeds of compassion. Every loss birthed resilience that cannot be taught in books or classrooms. These are the jewels that adorn your crown. And this crown does not fade with time. It only grows more radiant with every trial overcome. Beloved, there were moments when you thought endurance was impossible. Times when you whispered, I cannot take another step. Yet somehow, you did. That somehow was heaven carrying you. That somehow was grace lifting you. That somehow was proof that you were never fighting alone. Your strength was not yours. It was borrowed from the one who promised never to leave you. And that is why your crown shines with glory greater than you imagine. Consider this. A crown is not given at the beginning of a race. It is placed upon the head of one who endures to the end. Your journey has not been easy, but it has been crowned with victories invisible to the eyes of men. Heaven has watched every hidden moment of endurance, every tearful prayer, every weary step, and recorded it as glory. Even when no one applauded, heaven celebrated. Even when no one noticed, heaven marked it down. Chosen one. Your endurance has also become your authority. Those who have endured suffering can speak healing with weight. Those who have endured rejection can carry acceptance to others. Those who have endured storms can command peace with authority. This is why your words will not fall empty. They will carry the strength of lived experience, the power of scars transformed into jewels. Do not compare your crown to another's. Each jewel reflects a different battle, a different victory, a different testimony. What you carry is uniquely yours, designed to shine in ways no one else's can. Some may have crowns of gold, others of silver, but yours is a crown of endurance, a crown forged in fire, polished by tears, sealed with triumph. It is priceless because it has been bought with your life's battles. Beloved, when you stand before others, you may feel ordinary. You may see only the flaws, the cracks, the scars, but heaven sees a royal one, clothed with a crown invisible to human eyes, but radiant in the spirit. The enemy sees it too. That is why he fought so hard to make you quit. He knew that if you endured, your crown would carry authority to crush his schemes. He feared the day you would realize that your scars had become jewels. Lift your head. Chosen one, your endurance has not been wasted. The nights of weeping birthed mornings of glory. The seasons of wandering birthed roots of faith. The scars on your soul birthed beauty the world cannot comprehend. And though the path ahead may still carry battles, you now walk crowned with honor, with strength, with unshakable testimony. Think of Jesus after the resurrection. His body bore scars, Yet those scars were not signs of defeat. They were proof of victory. Proof that death had lost its sting. Proof that the battle had been won. Your scars, too, are not signs of failure. They are proof of victory. Proof that you have overcome. Proof that you wear the crown of endurance. Chosen one, walk boldly. Wear your crown with humility, but also with confidence. You are not who you were before the fire. You are stronger, wiser, deeper, richer. Your life carries a fragrance of resilience that draws others to hope. And when nations hear your voice, they will not hear empty words. They will hear the sound of one crowned with endurance. And their hearts will awaken. So do not hide your scars. Do not diminish your testimony. Do not apologize for the battles you have endured. They are your jewels, your authority, your crown. And this crown is not fragile, it is eternal. It will outlast storms, outshine shadows, outlive time itself. For it has been forged by the hand of God and placed upon you as His chosen one. Chosen one. You are stepping into a season where heaven is aligning what once felt scattered. The pieces of your journey that seemed random, the delays that once frustrated you, the detours that once confused you, all of it is being woven into perfect timing. What felt like wandering has been a path of precision. What seemed wasted is being revealed as preparation. Divine alignment is here. There is a rhythm to heaven's plan, a cadence that the human heart cannot always detect in the moment. Think of an orchestra before the conductor raises his hand. Instruments sound disorganized, tuning themselves, creating what feels like chaos. Yet when the conductor steps forward, every note finds its place, and what once sounded like noise becomes a symphony. That is your life. The dissonance you endured is about to resolve into harmony, and the world will hear the music heaven always intended through you. It was proclaimed in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens." This scripture is more than poetry. It is divine reality. Your life has been unfolding according to seasons. Some seasons were for sowing tears. Some were for enduring silence. Some were for fighting battles unseen. And now, a season of alignment dawns. Heaven is opening doors you once thought locked forever. Chosen one. Divine alignment means that what resisted you before will now release you. The no that closed a door yesterday will turn into a yes tomorrow. Not because you pushed harder, but because timing has shifted. When heaven declares that a season has turned, nothing can resist it. The ground itself responds. The atmosphere bends. Circumstances align. You are not forcing opportunity, you are stepping into it. Remember Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, enslaved in Egypt, imprisoned unjustly. His journey seemed fragmented, unfair, disconnected. Yet at the appointed time, every piece aligned. His pain became the platform for his influence. His scars became the key to saving nations. Nothing was wasted. And the same is true for you. What felt like detours were actually alignments in disguise. Beloved, I know how hard it is to wait. You watched others advance while you sat in silence. You saw others celebrated while you were hidden. And you wondered, have I been forgotten? But heaven's silence was not neglect. It was strategy. You were not forgotten. you were being positioned. And now, the pieces that never made sense will begin to form a picture of destiny so clear you will weep at the beauty of it. Divine alignment also means relationships shift. Some people will drift away not because of hatred, but because their season in your story has ended. Others will appear suddenly, carrying keys you could not find on your own. Destiny relationships are like doors. When they open, whole corridors of opportunity are revealed. Trust heaven's hand in these connections. Do not cling to what is leaving. Do not resist what is arriving. Alignement demande surendé, chosen one. Alignment also requires awareness. When heaven opens a door, you must walk through it. When the Spirit whispers, you must respond. Opportunities wasted in distraction can delay alignment. This is why the shaking of previous seasons stripped away so much. It was to sharpen your focus, so that when alignment came, you would not miss it. Stay awake. Stay alert. The hour has come. Let me ask you now to do something prophetic. If this word resonates in your spirit, type in the comments 888, 3 digits, but heavy with meaning. 8 is the number of new beginnings, of fresh cycles, of resurrection after endings. By writing it, you declare, I step into divine alignment. I receive the new season. I embrace heaven's timing. When you type it, you are not just adding numbers to a screen, you are sealing agreement with heaven's order. It is like pressing your signature on a divine contract, saying, Yes, Lord, I align with your plan, and heaven honors such acts of faith. You will begin to notice doors opening, patterns shifting, alignments forming, not by human effort, but by divine orchestration. Chosen one. Alignment also brings acceleration. What took years before will happen in moments. What seemed impossible will suddenly feel effortless, like a key sliding into the right lock. What once resisted you will now yield. That is the power of timing. When you are aligned, you do not have to fight for every step. Grace carries you forward. Think of a sailboat. Without wind, it drifts, no matter how hard the sailor works. But when the wind comes, the sails fill, and the boat surges forward with little effort. That is divine alignment. You have rowed in silence, rowed against currents, rowed until your arms ached. But now, heaven's wind is about to fill your sails. You will move further in one season of alignment than you did in years of striving. Beloved, trust this process. Alignment may not look like you expect. Sometimes doors open in directions you never considered. Sometimes blessings come through vessels you least imagined. Do not cling to your vision of how it must happen. Cling to heaven's hand guiding you. His ways are higher, His timing perfect, His alignments flawless. And when the doors open, do not shrink back in fear. You have been prepared for this. Every silent battle, every hidden tear, every lonely night was shaping you for the moment of release. Walk boldly, step through with faith, for the same God who aligned this moment will sustain you in it. Chosen one. The season of confusion is ending. The season of alignment has begun. You are not lost. You are precisely positioned. You are not forgotten. You are divinely remembered. And as you align with heaven's rhythm, you will see the fruit of years of endurance burst forth suddenly, abundantly, gloriously. Lift your eyes. The time is now. Step into alignment. Chosen one. The nights you have spent in silence were never empty. They were sacred. While the world slept, while others rested in ease, you found yourself awake, pacing floors, whispering prayers, crying tears you could not explain. You thought perhaps it was insomnia, or anxiety, or simply the weight of life. But in truth, it was a call. You were summoned to the watchtower of the Spirit, placed as a guard over things bigger than yourself. You are a watchman, not by choice, but by assignment. The sleepless hours you endured were not wasted. They were moments heaven entrusted to you. While others slumbered, you stood guard. While the city around you slept unaware, you bore the weight of prayers that shielded lives, families, and even generations. The heaviness you felt was not always your own. It was the burden of intercession. The prophet Ezekiel recorded it clearly in chapter 3, verse 17. Son of man, I have made you a watchman for the people of Israel. So hear the word I speak and give them warning from me. These words echo into your own life, though the people around you may never know it. Heaven has stationed you as a watchman. Your ears hear what others miss. Your spirit stirs when danger approaches. Your prayers intercept battles before they arrive. Chosen one, understand the sacredness of this calling. A watchman is not celebrated. No one applauds the one who stands silently on the wall at night. Few even notice. Yet without the watchman, cities would fall. Without the guard, enemies would invade unnoticed. This is why you were called to the night, to carry a responsibility invisible to the crowd, but priceless in the spirit. There were times when you resented it. You longed for rest, wished for the ease others enjoyed. You wondered, why me? Why must I feel this burden? Why must I carry weight I cannot explain? But now, let truth sink in. It is because you were chosen. Not everyone can bear such assignments. Not every heart can endure the weight of midnight intercession, but heaven trusted you with it. Heaven looked upon your spirit and said, this one will not abandon their post. Beloved, being a watchman has shaped you. It has made you sensitive to the whispers of the Spirit. It has sharpened your eyes to see what others overlook. It has deepened your compassion. For in those nights of carrying weight, you were touched by the pain of others you did not even know. And though your prayers were whispered in private, their impact resounded in eternity. Think of how many dangers passed you by. How many storms were diverted? How many traps never touched you? Do you think that was by chance? No, it was the result of intercession. Sometimes your own prayers protected you, and sometimes they protected others. You may never know until eternity how many lives were shielded by your midnight cries. But heaven knows, and heaven records every whisper, every sigh, every tear. The lonely watchman role also prepared you for clarity. While others chase noise, you have learned to cherish silence. While others crave constant distraction, you have discovered the value of listening. This is why your words will one day carry weight. They will not be the product of endless chatter, but of silence that heard heaven. Chosen one. This calling requires endurance. There will be nights when you feel unseen, when you wonder if your prayers matter, when you question whether your watchful role has any impact at all. In those moments, remember, the walls would crumble without you. Your post may be lonely, but it is vital. Do not abandon it. Do not dismiss it. Even when you feel weary, heaven strengthens you, for your assignment is bigger than you. And do not think that your watchman role is only for the night hours. It is a posture of spirit. Even in daylight, your sensitivity places you as a guard. You discern conversations, atmospheres, and movements of the heart. You can sense when something is off before it manifests. You can feel spiritual shifts before others recognize them. This is not paranoia, it is perception, sharpened by your watchman calling. Beloved, recall how prophets of old bore this burden. Jeremiah wept for his nation when others mocked him. Daniel prayed in secret, though decrees forbade him. Anna fasted and prayed in the temple, unseen for years, until she beheld the Messiah. None of them sought recognition, yet their watchful lives became pillars in the story of redemption. You are walking in their footsteps. Your watchman calling also carries inheritance. What you guard today will bless generations tomorrow. The prayers you whisper now will shield children yet unborn. The burdens you carry today will clear paths for those who come after you. Watchmen rarely see the full impact of their labor in their lifetime, but eternity reveals it. You will one day see how your midnight whispers changed the course of lives and even nations. Chosen one, embrace this mantle with reverence. It is not glamorous, but it is glorious. It is not visible, but it is vital. The lonely nights, the heavy sighs, the tears no one else saw, these were holy. Heaven treasures them. Heaven counts them. And one day, crowns will be placed upon your head, not for crowds cheered, but for walls guarded, battles intercepted, souls preserved. Lift your head. Beloved, you are not merely enduring insomnia, you are fulfilling intercession. You are not merely awake in the night, you are awake in the spirit. You are not forgotten on the wall, you are honored in heaven. Stand firm. Watchman, your role matters more than you know. Chosen one, what you have carried in secret has not been in vain. There is an oil upon your life, and it has been poured out, not in public places, but in hidden chambers. You have learned the rhythm of silence, the fragrance of stillness, the intimacy of meeting God away from the noise. And this intimacy is the source of your authority. What you cultivate in the secret place becomes the oil that flows in public. The world often pursues platforms before presence, but you were called to the reverse. God drew you into hidden encounters, not to punish you with isolation, but to prepare you with anointing. Every whispered prayer, every private worship, every tear falling where no one else could see, it was oil being poured. You thought it was weakness, but it was strength disguised. You thought it was loneliness, but it was consecration. Heaven has been saturating you with oil that no counterfeit can replicate. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 23, verse 5, "You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." David did not write this after standing on the throne. He wrote it as one who had known the fields, the caves, the isolation of hiding from enemies. It was in secret, not on the throne, that he learned the overflow of anointing. Beloved, understand this mystery. The oil you carry was not given cheaply. It was pressed from seasons of crushing, just as olives must be crushed to release oil. Your spirit had to be pressed. Betrayal crushed you. Loneliness pressed you. Delay weighed down upon you. But out of that pressing came purity. Out of that weight came oil. You carry something that could only come through the breaking. This oil is not just fragrance, it is power. It carries authority because it was birthed in intimacy. When you pray, the oil flows and chains break. When you speak, the oil flows and hearts soften. When you step into a room, the atmosphere shifts, not because of you, but because of the oil upon you. Others may try to mimic it, but imitation cannot carry what only intimacy produces. Chosen one, remember how Jesus taught his disciples about prayer. He said, "Go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." The secret place is not a prison, it is a palace. It is the chamber where kings are anointed, where prophets are commissioned, where destinies are whispered. You have been summoned into that chamber again and again. And though you wondered why, it was because the oil was being prepared. Do not underestimate what was built in those hidden moments. You may have thought no one saw you worshipping alone, but heaven saw. You may have thought your whispered prayers vanished in the night, but heaven stored them. You may have thought your songs were unheard, but angels leaned close. Every hidden act of devotion became oil upon your life. And here is the paradox. Those who spend time in the secret place are the ones whose voices carry furthest in public. Moses spent 40 days on the mountain, hidden from the people. Yet when he descended, his face radiated glory. Elijah hid by the brook, fed by ravens, before confronting kings. Even Jesus often withdrew to lonely places to pray. And from that hidden oil came miracles, authority, and resurrection power. The secret place is the furnace where power is forged. Beloved, do not despise the seasons where God calls you into deeper stillness. The world may shout, "You are wasting time," but heaven whispers, "You are gathering oil." And when the day comes that your lamp is needed, you will not be found empty. The parable of the wise and foolish virgins was never about lamps, it was about oil. Those with oil entered the feast. Those without oil were left outside. You are among the wise, because you have paid the price in secret. This oil will distinguish you in days to come. While others chase platforms with no power, you will carry presence. While others echo words they have heard, you will release words you have lived. While others grow weary, you will flow from overflow, because your cup has been filled in the secret place. This is why you cannot compare yourself to others. Your journey has required crushing because your oil is rare. Chosen one. The oil also heals. When you carry it, others will be drawn to you. Not for your personality, but for the fragrance of God upon your life. They will find peace in your presence because you carry the Prince of Peace. They will find hope in your words because your oil drips with testimony. They will find healing in your prayers because your oil was born of brokenness. The very wounds that once bled are now the vessels through which oil flows. Do not hide your oil. Do not doubt its worth. Pour it out freely when the Spirit leads. Sometimes it will look like encouragement. Sometimes like intercession. Sometimes like bold proclamation. However it flows, know this, it is not wasted. Oil poured at the feet of Jesus was criticized by onlookers, but it filled the room with fragrance that could not be ignored. So it will be with your oil. And remember, oil does not dry up when poured, it multiplies. The widow in Zarephath discovered that her jar of oil did not run out when she poured in obedience. Likewise, the more you release, the more heaven refills. You are not in danger of depletion when you pour. You are in danger of stagnation when you withhold. Keep the flow alive, and heaven will ensure overflow. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. Your oil is not ordinary, it is heavenly. It was born in silence, birthed in tears, pressed through trials, and preserved by grace. It will carry you further than talent, sustain you longer than charisma, and outlast the applause of crowds. For while applause fades, oil endure. You are God's anointed, marked with oil from the secret place. Walk in humility, but also in confidence. For what you carry is not of your making, it is of heaven's. And soon, the fragrance of your oil will fill rooms, touch nations, and remind the world that intimacy with God is the true source of authority. Chosen one. Your testimony is not fragile, it is unshakable. The enemy has tried again and again to silence you, but every attempt has only made your voice stronger. What you carry is not just a story, it is a weapon. When you speak of what you have endured, when you declare what God has done, darkness trembles. Testimony is more than memory. It is proof that hell could not win. This is why Revelation declares that the saints overcame the accuser by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. Testimony is a sword. It pierces through lies. It shatters accusations. It uproots despair. Every time you tell your story, chains break in others. Every time you speak, I survived. You are declaring to heaven and hell alike that your destiny is unstoppable. The ancient words recorded in Psalm 107, verse 2, proclaim, "Let the redeemed of the Lord tell their story, those he redeemed from the hand of the foe." Do you hear that? You are commanded, not merely invited, to tell your story. It is not optional. It is your inheritance. Your voice is the evidence of redemption, and your story is the weapon by which others will find their freedom. Chosen one. Think of a lighthouse battered by storms. The waves crash. The winds howl. But the light remains. Sailors lost at sea do not need a perfect tower, they need a steady one. Your testimony is that light. The world does not need perfection from you, it needs your persistence. It needs to see that after storms, your light still shines. And yet, how often have you been tempted to hide your story? Shame whispered. No one will understand. Fear murmured. They will judge you. But those whispers were lies. The enemy knew that if you ever opened your mouth, chains would fall. He feared your words because your words carry power. You are not speaking theory, you are speaking survival. You are not repeating ideas, you are releasing fire. Beloved, do not underestimate your testimony. It may seem small to you, but to someone else, it is the lifeline they have prayed for. You may think, I'm just telling what happened to me. But in the spirit, your words are like keys unlocking prison doors. You are not just recounting events, you are declaring, God still delivers, God still heals, God still saves. 1. This is why your testimony must not remain hidden. It was never meant to stay locked in silence. It was forged in fire to be shared as light. The battles you fought privately are meant to release victories publicly. Every scar, every tear, every valley, it all becomes part of the song heaven has written through your life. And when you sing it, nations will hear. Now let me pause. Beloved, to speak to your heart in sincerity. Messages like this are like seeds, and seeds only grow when they are nurtured. If this word has touched you, if it has lit something inside you, I invite you to nurture it. You can do that in simple ways, by liking this message so others see it, by sharing it so more souls receive hope, by subscribing so you remain connected to this flow of oil, and yes, even by sowing into it through your generosity. Picture a fire in the night. One log burns for a while, but if more wood is added, the fire grows brighter, warmer, longer. Your support is that wood. Every like is a spark. Every share is another log. Every subscription is fuel to keep the flame steady. And every donation, given in sincerity, is like pouring oil that keeps the fire blazing so others can gather to its warmth. Do not think your part is too small. Even a drop of water can keep a seed alive. Even a single flame can ignite a forest. When you act, whether by comment, by share, by gift, you are not just supporting, you are joining. You are becoming part of this testimony, part of this trumpet call to the nations. And here is something simple yet prophetic you can do right now. Leave a comment below. Write a few words of your own testimony, or simply declare, I am redeemed. By writing it, you are not just engaging, you are proclaiming. Your words may be the spark that ignites someone else's courage to speak. And when you write them, heaven leans close. Angels record them. Darkness shudders at them. Beloved, never underestimate the power of community. A single voice can echo, but many voices create thunder. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, when you donate, you are amplifying the thunder. You are saying, this testimony will not be silenced. This flame will not die out. This trumpet will keep sounding until nations hear. Then from, and as you do this, remember, your support is not for me alone, it is for yourself. It is a declaration that you value what heaven values, that you are aligning with the flow of God's work, that you are choosing to invest in light rather than darkness. Every seed you sow, whether word, action, or gift, comes back multiplied. The very act of giving aligns you with the law of heaven. What you release returns pressed down, shaken together, running over, chosen one. Your testimony is unstoppable, and when combined with your actions, it becomes uncontainable. Do not let fear or shame silence you. Speak, share, shine, for the world does not need another perfect story. It needs your authentic one. And heaven has written a story through you that will outlast time itself. Lift your head, open your mouth, release your testimony, and as you do, let your actions, your like, your share, your subscription, your donation be a living echo of your testimony, declaring, I will not be silent. I will keep the flame alive. And your story is light. Your story is a weapon. And your story, released with faith, will shake nations. Chosen one. Heaven has not left you unprepared. You were not sent into this world defenseless, exposed to the schemes of darkness without covering. You have been equipped, clothed, and armed with weapons not forged by human hands, but given by the Spirit of God. The mantle upon you is not just calling, it is armor. The very moment you were marked as chosen, heaven placed tools into your life that no adversary can strip away. Armor is not ornamental, it is essential. A soldier who marches into battle without armor is reckless, no matter how courageous. In the same way, your destiny is too valuable to be carried without protection. This is why heaven has wrapped you with righteousness, girded you with truth, and placed upon your spirit weapons unseen but unstoppable. You may not always recognize them, but they are present shields, swords, helmets, and belts of divine power, each piece designed for the exact battles you were destined to face. The Apostle wrote in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 11, "Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes." This is not a suggestion, but a command. The armor is your survival, your strength, your distinction. You are not called to cower before the enemy, but to stand, clothed in divine authority. Chosen one. Think of the shield of faith. A shield does not remove the arrows of the enemy, it intercepts them. Arrows may still be fired. Accusations may still fly. Lies may still rise against you. But the shield catches them, extinguishes them, renders them powerless. That is why, even when words have been spoken against you, they did not destroy you. Even when fear tried to pierce you, it could not penetrate. Your shield has been at work. Then consider the helmet of salvation. A helmet guards the mind, and your mind has been a battlefield. Thoughts of despair, whispers of unworthiness, storms of confusion have come against you. Yet, time and again, the Spirit has covered your thoughts with reminders of truth. You are redeemed. You are chosen. You are loved. The helmet has preserved your sanity when chaos tried to consume it. The breastplate of righteousness has also been your covering, not your own righteousness, for that would fail, but the righteousness of Christ placed upon you when guilt tried to weigh you down, when shame whispered that you were disqualified. The breastplate shielded your heart. It declared that your worth is not in your perfection but in His. This armor has been your unseen strength, keeping you from collapse under condemnation. And then there is the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. This is not a passive weapon, it is active, sharp, double-edged. With it, you cut through deception, silence lies, and declare truth into atmospheres heavy with confusion. Every time you spoke a verse over your situation, every time you declared a promise when fear screamed otherwise, you swung that sword. Darkness retreats not from human logic, but from divine word. And you carry that word, chosen one. Do you see? You have been walking clothed in divine equipment all along. You did not survive battles by accident. You endured because you were armed. Heaven did not send you unprepared, it sent you sealed and covered. And this armor is not temporary. It remains as long as you stand in Him. But armor is not just protection, it is identity. Roman soldiers were recognized by their armor. It marked them as belonging to a kingdom. Likewise, your armor declares your allegiance. You do not belong to the world or to the shadows. You belong to the King of Kings. Every piece you wear announces whose you are and whose authority you carry. This is why the enemy trembles, not because of your strength, But because of your covering, he sees the armor upon you and recognizes the one who issued it. He remembers being defeated at Calvary and knows that the armor you wear is the very authority that crushed him then and still crushes him now. Beloved, wearing the armor requires intention. A soldier does not forget his equipment. You must daily remind yourself to stand in truth, to guard your heart with righteousness, to lift your shield of faith, to steady your mind with salvation, to wield the sword of the Spirit, and to walk shod with the gospel of peace. This is not ritual, it is survival. Without armor, battles overwhelm. With it, battles become victories. Consider how many times you thought you would break, but you did not. How many times you thought despair would drown you, but hope rose instead. How many times you thought lies would define you, but truth cut through. These were not random survivals, they were victories won by armor you did not always see but always carried. Chosen one. Never forget, your destiny is not fragile. It is guarded. You are clothed, not in earthly garments, but in divine armor. You do not march into battles alone. You march as one covered by heaven's own weapons. And though the enemy may rage, though storms may come, though arrows may fly, you will not fall. For your armor is unbreakable. Lift your head and walk with confidence. Every step you take is not unprotected, it is shielded. Every word you speak is not powerless, it is sharpened. Every battle you face is not hopeless, it is already secured by the one who clothed you. And in the days to come, when your gift shakes nations, remember this, it is not your eloquence or charisma that sustains you, it is the armor. Crowds may cheer, voix may echo, but the true strength will always be the unseen shield, the hidden sword, the divine covering. Without it, platforms crumble. With it, platforms endure. Chosen one, never lay down your armor. Cherish it, guard it, wear it with reverence, for it is both your protection and your proclamation. It declares that you are chosen, that you are armed, that you are unstoppable. And with this armor, you will not only survive, you will conquer. Chosen one. The storms you have walked through were never accidents. They were not random weather patterns swirling around your life. They were classrooms, designed by the hand of heaven to train your spirit, sharpen your vision, and prepare you for the weight of destiny. Every gust of wind, every crashing wave, every darkened sky was permitted not to drown you, but to develop you. Storms reveal who we truly are. Sunshine does not test roots, but wind and rain expose their depth. Smooth seas never create skilled sailors, but rough waters forge captains who can command fleets. In the same way, your storms were not about punishment, they were about preparation. You have been trained in winds that others could not endure. And because of that, you now carry authority over tempests that once terrified you. The ancient words from the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, verse 39, remind us, he got up, rebuked the wind, and said to the waves, "Quiet, be still." Then the wind died down, and it was completely calm. Jesus did not avoid the storm, he spoke to it. And the disciples learned that authority in storms comes not from panic, but from presence. Likewise, you have been taught that storms do not define you. They reveal the one who stands with you in the boat. Chosen one. Think back to the storms you thought would end you. the betrayals that broke your heart, the losses that shook your foundation, the uncertainties that left you gasping for breath. Yet each time, though you feared collapse, you survived. And not only survived, you grew. Your faith stretched, your endurance deepened, your compassion expanded. Every storm left behind a gift. Even when all you could see was destruction, consider the eagle. When storms rise, smaller birds scatter, seeking shelter. But the eagle does not flee. It mounts higher. It uses the very winds of the storm to lift itself above the chaos. This is your story. While others ran from storms, you found a way to rise within them. You discovered that the very winds meant to break you could carry you higher if you refused to give up. Beloved, storms also expose what cannot remain. Just as trees shed branches in violent winds, storms in your life tore away what was never meant to stay. Friendships that crumbled, opportunities that dissolved, doors that slammed shut. These were not losses but pruning. The storm removed what would have hindered your growth, leaving only what was strong enough to endure. And do not forget, storms are temporary. No matter how violent, no matter how endless they seem, they always pass. The skies clear, the winds still, the sun returns. Your storms did not last forever, though in the middle of them it felt eternal. And every time the clouds broke, you emerged stronger, wiser, more resilient than before. That is the paradox of storms. They feel like endings, but become beginnings. Chosen one, the storms have also given you empathy, because you know what it is to weep in the night. You can comfort others in their midnight hours, because you know what it is to feel lost in the tempest. You can guide others through their chaos. Your authority is not theoretical, it is experiential. You can say with confidence, I have been there, and I know He is faithful. That testimony will shake hearts more than polished words ever could. Storms also build trust. When everything around you collapses and nothing remains but Him, you learn to cling. You learn that His hand is stronger than the waves, His presence greater than the chaos. You may not have understood why the storm came, but you understood who calmed it. And that knowledge, deeper than logic, anchors you in ways no argument can undo. Beloved, there is beauty in your storms. You may look back and see pain, but heaven looks back and sees preparation. Without them, you would not be who you are today. Without them, you would not carry the authority you now possess. Without them, you would not be ready to stand before nations and declare hope with unshakable faith. Think of Joseph again. Betrayed, enslaved, imprisoned. His life seemed like one storm after another, but each storm trained him for leadership. By the time he stood before Pharaoh, he was not an inexperienced dreamer, but a seasoned leader forged by storms. So it will be with you. Your storms were not wasted. They were building you for the moment of unveiling. Chosen one. Storms are not signs of absence. They are signs of presence. Jesus did not wait for calm seas to join His disciples. He walked to them on the waves. Likewise, God has been with you in every tempest. You may not have seen Him, but His hand was steadying you. You may not have heard Him, but His voice was commanding the winds. And though you trembled, He never did. His steadiness became your survival. Now, as you step into the days ahead, remember what the storms taught you. Remember how to stand firm when winds rise again. Remember that panic never helps. But presence always does. Remember that storms do not last forever, but the strength they build endures. And above all, remember that you are not called to fear storms, you are called to command them. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. The storm you just endured was not the end, it was training. The winds that howled against you were not proof of weakness, but of calling. You are not fragile. You are a storm-tested warrior. And when nations quake, when chaos rises, when hearts tremble in fear, your presence will remind them, peace is possible. Calm is coming. Hope is real. You are not the same as you were before the storm. You carry the fragrance of survival, the authority of endurance, the wisdom of scars, and these qualities, forged in tempests, are what will make you unshakable in the days to come. So stand tall. Beloved, the storm did not break you, it built you. And now, you are ready for the winds of destiny, for the waves of influence, for the tempest of calling. You are not afraid of storms anymore. You are a child of the one who commands them. Chosen one. Lift your eyes for a moment and notice the atmosphere around you. Have you felt how the air seems to shift at times? How creation itself seems to echo something larger than you? Almost as if the earth knows, before you do, that destiny is drawing near. These are not coincidences. These are signs in the atmosphere, subtle, sacred hints from heaven that your calling is closer than you imagine. The Apostle Paul wrote in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed, even the earth, even the winds, even the skies lean forward in anticipation of your unveiling. The universe itself has been groaning for you to awaken to the fullness of what you carry. You have seen it before, moments when nature seemed to mirror your inner journey. A sudden storm when your heart was heavy. A burst of sunlight just as you prayed for hope. A gentle breeze on a night when despair pressed hard. These are not random occurrences. They are whispers from creation, testifying that heaven's hand is guiding your steps. Chosen one. Heaven and earth are in agreement about your destiny. This is why you sense things before they happen. This is why your spirit sometimes stirs without explanation. Why you wake with an urgency you cannot name. Why certain numbers, moments, or even natural signs appear again and again. You are aligned with something far bigger than yourself. And when creation testifies, it is not to confuse you, but to confirm you. The skies declare God's glory. The winds carry his whispers. Even the ground beneath your feet groans for the day when his children walk in full authority. You are one of those children, and the atmosphere around you knows it. Beloved, this awareness is part of your training. You are learning to discern beyond the noise of human voices, to hear what the Spirit is saying through signs others dismiss. This is not superstition, it is sensitivity. Heaven is sharpening your perception so that when the time comes, you will not miss your moment. Now I will ask you to do something prophetic. If this word resonates in your spirit, type in the comments, 555. These 3 digits carry a weight of grace and transformation. By writing them, you are declaring, I choose to see the signs. I align myself with heaven's atmosphere. I trust that creation is testifying to my calling. Do not think of it as just numbers on a screen. Think of it as a key. Each time you acknowledge a sign, you are unlocking a deeper awareness of God's guidance. You are training your spirit to recognize what others overlook, and in that recognition lies strength. For those who can read heaven's signs will never be lost in the chaos of earth. Chosen one. The signs around you are invitations. They are heaven's way of pulling your attention back when distraction tries to blind you. Every whisper of wind, every stirring in your spirit, every confirmation in the atmosphere is God saying, I am with you. I am leading you. Do not fear. So the next time the air feels heavy, or the sky seems to echo your heart, or creation stirs your soul, pause, listen, respond, for the atmosphere is not random. It is holy. It is prophetic, and it is speaking of you. Lift your head. Beloved, the earth itself knows you are chosen. Chosen one. You have been prepared not just for hidden battles, but for public encounters with authority. There is a boldness rising in you that you may not fully recognize yet, but it will reveal itself in the moments that matter most. You were not created to cower before kings, to shrink before leaders, or to bow before systems of oppression. You were created to stand steady, fearless, unshakably. From the beginning of time, God has raised men and women who were called to confront rulers, not with arrogance, but with divine authority. Moses stood before Pharaoh, a stammering shepherd who carried a word of deliverance. Esther walked into the throne room, trembling yet clothed in courage, and shifted the fate of her nation. Daniel stood in Babylon's courts, refusing to bow even when the decree demanded death. These were not extraordinary by birth. They were ordinary vessels filled with extraordinary God. And so are you. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. That declaration was not whispered in private. It was thundered before a crowd, before rulers, before opposition. The power was not in eloquence, but in conviction. That same spirit of courage rests upon you, beloved. The authority you will face in the future may not wear crowns of gold or robes of kingship, but it will carry influence. It may be boardrooms, platforms, governments, or cultural systems. Do not be intimidated. Heaven has trained you to stand tall in those spaces. Your authority is not borrowed from men, it is anchored in God. Remember, courage is not the absence of fear, it is the refusal to bow to it. Even when your knees tremble, your spirit will remain firm. Even when your voice shakes, truth will pour from your lips. You will discover in those moments that you are not speaking alone. The Spirit of the Father is speaking through you, and the weight of that voice cannot be ignored. Chosen one. Part of your preparation has been rejection, loneliness, storms, and shaking. These were not only for your refinement, they were training in fearlessness. Each battle you survived removed another layer of timidity. Each valley you walked through replaced hesitation with trust. And now, when the moment comes to stand before rulers, you will not tremble as you once did, for you have already faced storms fiercer than their threats. Do not forget that authority recognizes authority. When you stand clothed in heaven's mantle, even those who oppose you will sense the weight upon your words. Some will resist, Some will mock. Some may even threaten, but they will not be able to dismiss the truth you carry. Just as Pilate trembled before the quiet dignity of Jesus, so will men of power sense that you are not speaking on your own. Beloved, do not despise the preparation. The quiet nights of prayer have been building your spine of steel. The hidden moments of obedience have clothed you with invisible armor. The storms that broke others did not break you. They forged in you a courage that cannot be purchased. All of this has been so that when you stand before kings, you will not shrink back, but declare with conviction the words heaven places in your mouth. Your role is not to seek conflict, but to stand when conflict seeks you. It is not to chase platforms, but to be faithful when platforms open. Do not let pride push you into places God has not called you yet. Wait for the moment. Trust the timing. And when heaven says, speak, open your mouth, for in that moment, nations will listen. Chosen one. Let this truth settle in your spirit. You are fearless, not because you feel strong, but because God is with you. His presence makes the difference. His spirit steadies your heart. His word sharpens your tongue, and his authority flows through your being. That is why you will not falter before kings. That is why you will not bow before threats. That is why your gift will be heard among the nations. So walk forward with quiet confidence. The same God who strengthened Moses, Esther, Daniel, and Elijah is strengthening you. And when the moment comes, when you stand in places you never imagined, you will know the preparation was worth it. The fire was worth it. The scars were worth it. For now, you stand fearless, chosen, and unshakable. Chosen one. The time is approaching when your voice will no longer remain confined to a small circle. What you carry is not limited to a single place, a single people, or a single moment. Nations will hear you. Your words, sharpened by fire and softened by compassion, will cross borders, languages, and cultures. The gift you once thought too small, too hidden, too fragile will become a trumpet blast, rolling like thunder across the earth. This is not exaggeration, it is divine prophecy. Think of the prophets of old. Amos was a shepherd, yet his words shook kingdoms. Jeremiah was a youth, yet his cries pierced through rulers. Paul was a prisoner, yet his letters travel still, echoing through centuries. The same spirit that carried them will carry you. Your voice will not be bound by walls, borders, or chains. It will travel where your feet cannot. It is written in Isaiah, chapter 55, verse 11. So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it. The words you release will not vanish into silence. They will take root. They will bear fruit. They will accomplish purposes you may never see with your own eyes. Chosen one. Imagine a seed carried by the wind. The one who plants it may never see where it lands. But one day, a tree rises in a distant land, bearing fruit for generations. That is what your voice will be. Every story you share, every truth you declare, every prayer you whisper is a seed carried by the Spirit's wind. Some will land in the soil of hearts nearby. Others will fly across oceans, sprouting in lives you may never meet until eternity. This is why you cannot underestimate your voice. It is not the volume that matters. It is the source. When your words flow from the well of the Spirit, they become eternal echoes. And when nations hear them, they will not merely hear a person, they will hear heaven. Beloved, let me speak to your heart with gentleness here. What you are receiving in this moment is not entertainment, it is equipping. Messages like this are rivers of oil, flowing to strengthen you, to remind you of who you are, to call you deeper into destiny. And rivers do not flow without a source. If you have felt nourished, encouraged, or strengthened, then I invite you to help keep this river flowing. Your support, whether through a like, a share, a subscription, or even a gift of generosity, is not about obligation. It is about partnership. Think of a lamp. Its flame burns bright, but it requires oil to continue. Your actions become that oil. When you like, you are adding sparks. When you share, you are carrying the flame into another dark room. When you subscribe, you are saying, I want to remain connected to this flow of light. And when you donate, you are pouring fresh oil into the lamp, ensuring the flame burns brighter and further. Do not think your act is too small. A drop of rain may seem insignificant, but many drops become rivers that carve valleys and water nations. Your one action, your one share, your one word of encouragement, your one seed of generosity joins with countless others to create a flood that reaches far beyond what any of us could do alone. Chosen one, your support is not only about helping me, it is about aligning yourself with what heaven is doing. When you partner with light, you become part of its spread. When you sow into hope, you reap from hope. And every act you take, no matter how simple, declares, I believe this word is true, and I want it to reach others too. Now think of a trumpet. One blast may carry through a valley, but an entire choir of trumpets shakes cities. Your voice matters. Yes, but so does your action. By standing together, by commenting, sharing, subscribing, donating, we become a choir of trumpets, and nations cannot ignore that sound. Beloved, nations will hear your voice, but they will also hear it amplified through the partnerships you choose now. That is how God works through unity. One voice can spark revival, but many voices can sustain it. You are part of that many. So, if your spirit has burned while reading these words, if you sense heaven pulling you closer, let your action mirror your conviction. Press like, share this light, subscribe to remain connected, and if you feel led, sow into this work through your generosity. Each act is a prophetic step, ensuring that this voice, and soon your own, continues to shake nations with truth. Chosen one, your voice is not random, it is destined. The nations need it, and heaven will carry it further than you imagine. Stand boldly, speak faithfully, act generously, and watch as what you carry becomes a sound the world cannot ignore. Chosen one, there is a reason your nights have been filled with dreams and your days stirred with visions. You are not simply imagining things. Heaven has been speaking to you in pictures, impressions, whispers, and encounters that go beyond logic. These are not just passing thoughts, they are downloads from eternity into your spirit. Dreams and visions are the language of heaven, written not on paper but upon the canvas of your soul. When God calls someone to carry a weight for nations, He does not always speak through thunder or earthquakes. More often, he plants seeds in the quietness of the night or in the sudden stirring of the heart. That is what has been happening to you. The visions you could not explain, the recurring dreams you could not shake, the impressions that lingered long after you woke. These are not accidents. They are blueprints for your assignment. The prophet Joel declared it clearly in chapter 2, verse 28, "And afterward, I will pour out my spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions." This is not only a promise for generations past, it is alive for you right now. The Spirit of God is pouring out insight into your life, preparing you for the very mission you were born to fulfill. Chosen one. Have you noticed how some dreams refuse to fade? Most vanish with the morning light, but some cling to you, stirring your spirit throughout the day. That persistence is evidence of divine origin. Heaven does not waste words, and when God gives a dream, it is often a fragment of instruction, a glimpse of the road ahead, or a warning of what must be resisted. Visions. 2. Come not to entertain, but to equip. They may flash like lightning across your inner eye, or unfold slowly like a story. Sometimes they come in prayer, sometimes in unexpected moments, but always they carry weight. When visions stir, do not dismiss them. Record them. Pray over them. Ask for understanding, for heaven never sends revelation without purpose. Beloved, the world may dismiss dreams as illusions and visions as fantasies, but those who are chosen understand better. Joseph's dreams once seemed foolish to his brothers, yet they held the blueprint of a nation's survival. Daniel's visions confused kings, yet they carried wisdom that outlasted empires. John's revelation, seen in exile, still shapes eternity's hope. And you are part of that same stream. But here is the truth. Dreams and visions are not given only for your encouragement. They are given for action. Some dreams are warnings, urging you to pray. Some are invitations, calling you to prepare. Some are revelations, equipping you to guide others. Each one is a responsibility. To ignore them is to ignore instructions from heaven. Chosen one. Do not be afraid if the visions feel larger than your capacity. That is the point. God shows you glimpses beyond your ability so that you will lean not on your strength but on His. You are not asked to carry the whole picture at once, only to steward the piece you are given. And as you walk in obedience, more pieces will unfold. Have you noticed how dreams often carry symbols? A door, a mountain, a river, a light. These are not random. Heaven speaks in images that stir the heart deeper than words. When you pray for understanding, the Spirit interprets, showing you truths you would never grasp on your own. This is why sensitivity matters. A hardened heart cannot catch heaven's whispers. But you, because you have endured refining, you hear them clearly. Beloved, this is your hour to steward the downloads heaven is entrusting to you. Keep a record. Cherish the dreams. Write down the visions. Pray over them, even if they do not yet make sense. For the day will come when those fragments fit into a larger puzzle, and you will realize that heaven has been training you to walk in prophetic clarity all along. And now, let me invite you to respond prophetically in a simple way. If this word resonates in your spirit, type in the comments, "I receive." Just 2 words. but they carry power. By writing them, you declare to heaven and to yourself, I will not ignore the downloads. I will not dismiss the visions. I will receive what God is entrusting to me, and I will steward it faithfully. No, do not underestimate this act. Words written in faith are like seeds planted in soil. They may seem small now, but they will grow into declarations that shape your future. When you type it, you are aligning your heart with heaven's flow. You are saying yes to the dreams, yes to the visions, yes to the instructions that will shape your destiny. Chosen one. The days ahead will require voices who hear clearly, who see beyond the noise, who discern the times. That is why you are being trained in dreams and visions. Heaven is sharpening your spiritual senses, not to overwhelm you, but to equip you. What you receive in the night may one day save a life in the day. What you see in the spirit may one day shift the destiny of nations. So, embrace this gift with reverence. Do not dismiss it. Do not fear it. Do not compare it. Steward it. Protect it. Pray over it. And above all, act upon it when the Spirit prompts you. For in your obedience, revelation becomes transformation. Chosen one. The downloads of heaven are not random, they are preparation. Dreams and visions are being entrusted to you because you are marked for impact. And as you receive them, you will discover that the same God who whispers in the night will roar through your voice in the day. Chosen one. Every calling comes with a cost. It is a truth that cannot be avoided. For the weight of destiny cannot be carried lightly. You have felt this cost already, the losses you endured, the friendships that slipped away, the opportunities that vanished, the comfort zones you were forced to abandon. At times you wondered why your path seemed narrower than others, why the price seemed heavier on your shoulders. But hear this, every cost has been sacred. None of it has been wasted. The road of the chosen is paved with sacrifice. Abraham left his homeland without knowing his destination. Ruth abandoned her past to cling to a future she could not see. Paul counted his achievements as loss compared to the surpassing worth of Christ. Even Jesus himself bore the ultimate cost, laying down his life for the sake of redemption. To be chosen is to be called into sacrifice, not because God delights in stripping you, but because he delights in shaping you for something eternal. Scripture says in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 14, verse 27, "And whoever does not carry their cross and follow me cannot be my disciple." These words are not soft, they are sharp. They cut against the grain of comfort, against the desire for ease. Yet within them is freedom. For carrying the cross is not a burden that destroys, it is a surrender that transforms. Chosen one. The cross you have carried has looked different at different times. Sometimes it was rejection from people who could not understand your calling. Sometimes it was the silence of unanswered prayers, teaching you trust in the unseen. Sometimes it was letting go of what you loved, not because it was bad, but because it was not aligned with your destiny. Each of these moments felt like breaking, but in truth, they were making. Sacrifice is the furnace of refinement. Without it, gifts remain shallow and authority fragile. With it, gifts deepen and authority becomes unshakable. This is why your journey has required more cost than others around you. You are being prepared, not for small assignments, but for weighty ones. And heavy callings require deep sacrifices. Beloved, remember how the seed works. It cannot live until it first dies in the ground. To the eye, it looks like loss, as if the seed is buried, forgotten, decaying. But hidden in that sacrifice is transformation. What dies as a seed rises as a tree. What is buried in loss blooms in abundance. Your sacrifices have not buried you, they have planted you, and soon, fruit will testify to the power of what you surrendered. The cost has also been your shield. There are paths you never walked, because sacrifice kept you. There are traps you never fell into, because surrender preserved you. There are distractions that never claimed you, because the cross marked you. While others indulged in ease, you were called to discipline. While others chased comfort, you were called to consecration. It felt lonely at times, but heaven was protecting you through cost. Chosen one. Never think your sacrifices went unseen. Heaven records every tear shed in obedience, every desire laid down in surrender, every moment of faith when giving up seemed easier. What the world never applauded, heaven crowned. What others mocked, heaven treasured. What you thought was wasted, heaven multiplied. This is why your reward will not look ordinary. The cost has been great, but the glory will be greater. The narrow road you walked will open into wide fields of influence. The tears you sowed will rise as rivers of joy. The dreams you laid down will return resurrected, purer and more powerful than before. Sacrifice never ends in emptiness. It always ends in resurrection. Beloved, understand also that cost is continuous. Carrying your cross is not a one-time act, but a daily surrender. Each morning you rise, you choose again. Will you walk the wide road of ease or the narrow road of destiny? And every time you choose surrender, your spirit grows stronger, your authority deeper, your impact greater. This is why the chosen cannot live as others do. You carry too much weight to walk carelessly. There will be those who misunderstand you. They will say, "Why do you deny yourself so much? Why do you live differently? Why do you sacrifice what others enjoy?" But let them misunderstand. They do not see the crown awaiting you. They do not understand the fire within you. They do not know the weight of the nations tied to your obedience. Let their misunderstanding be a reminder. You are set apart. And set apart lives always look strange to those bound to comfort. Chosen one. The beauty of cost is that it draws you nearer to the one you follow. Every cross you carried became a bridge into his presence. Every surrender opened space for his spirit. Every loss brought you closer to his heart. And in the end, the greatest reward of sacrifice is not the influence it brings, but the intimacy it births. To know him in the fellowship of suffering is to know him more deeply than those who only seek him in the fellowship of blessing. Lift your head. Beloved, the cost has been great. Yes, but so will be the crown. The sacrifices you made were not signs of abandonment, but of trust. God trusted you with cost because he trusted you with glory. And when the day comes that your hidden gift is unveiled before nations, the weight of your crown will testify that every sacrifice was worth it. Chosen one. Destiny is not fulfilled in isolation. Though your journey has required long stretches of solitude, though your nights have been spent in prayer alone, though you have felt the sting of rejection and misunderstanding, there will come a time when you must walk with others. The calling on your life is great, but it is not designed to be carried alone. God weaves chosen ones into alliances, divine partnerships that multiply impact, strengthen faith, and accelerate purpose. From the beginning, heaven's design has always involved covenant relationships. Moses needed Aaron to speak beside him. David needed Jonathan to strengthen his hand in the wilderness. Elijah passed his mantle to Elisha. Even Jesus sent his disciples 2 by 2, declaring that agreement carries power. To be chosen is not only to carry light, but to join it with others until darkness cannot withstand the blaze. The ancient word recorded in Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9 declares, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor." This is not mere poetry, it is strategy. Alone, your light shines brightly. Together with another chosen one, your light becomes a firestorm. Alone, your gift reaches some. Together, it reaches many. Alone, you can endure for a time. Together, you can endure for a lifetime. Chosen one, you have already tasted the pain of counterfeit alliances. You opened your heart only to find betrayal. You trusted too soon and felt abandoned. You partnered with those who could not carry your weight, and the collapse left scars. These experiences taught you to tread carefully, sometimes too carefully, leaving you hesitant to trust again. Yet, know this: the failures of the past were not designed to make you live alone forever. They were training your discernment so you would recognize true covenant when it arrived. Heavenly alliances are not casual, they are sacred. They are not built on convenience, but on covenant. A covenant partner will not flee when storms rage. They will not compete with you, but complete what you lack. They will not drain you, but pour into you. These are not people you stumble into by chance. They are people heaven appoints in the exact moment you need them most. Beloved, you must prepare your heart for such alliances. Do not let bitterness from past wounds close the door to future blessings. Do not assume that everyone who leaves was never meant to stay. Some were seasonal, some were assignments, but others will come to remain. And when they do, you will know, for your spirit will leap in recognition. The way Elizabeth's baby leapt at Mary's greeting, destiny, recognize destiny, chosen one. Understand this truth: covenant alliances are mirrors. They reflect parts of yourself you cannot see. They call forth gifts you did not know you carried. They sharpen what has grown dull, heal what has grown wounded, and stretch what has grown comfortable. Alone you are strong, but with covenant, you are sharpened into greatness. Look back at David again. His victories over lions and bears were won alone in the fields. But his destiny as king was preserved through Jonathan's loyalty, through Samuel's anointing, through mighty men who rallied to his side. Each alliance was a piece of the puzzle, each partnership a part of his journey. Without them, the throne would not have been reached. So it is with you. You cannot fulfill this call alone. Heaven is already arranging the right voices, the right hands, the right hearts to align with yours. But hear this warning: counterfeit alliances will always appear before covenant ones. The enemy knows the power of unity and will send distractions, impostors, and deceivers to pull you into premature or poisonous partnerships. This is why discernment is vital. Do not be swayed by flattery. Do not be seduced by promises. Do not be rushed by urgency. True covenant does not demand manipulation. It flows with peace. Chosen one, pray for discernment. Ask heaven to open your eyes. not only to recognize the right people, but also to recognize when to release the wrong ones. Sometimes the courage to walk away is as holy as the courage to embrace. Do not cling to what is rotting, hoping it will one day nourish you. Let it go, for when you release the counterfeit, you create space for the covenant. Beloved, covenant alliances will also demand vulnerability. You cannot partner with walls up. Trust must be extended, even when it feels risky. Love must be offered, even when fear of rejection lingers. Unity requires openness, and openness requires courage. Do not let fear rob you of the strength that only covenant can bring. When these alliances arrive, protect them fiercely. Do not take them for granted. Nurture them with prayer, with humility, with honor. The enemy will seek to divide what heaven joins, but unity must be guarded. Misunderstandings must be addressed quickly. Jealousy must be slain before it festers. Pride must be resisted at every turn, for unity is fragile. But when preserved, it is unstoppable. Chosen one, soon you will see that the alliances heaven forms in your life are not just for your survival, they are for nations. Alone, your voice can echo. Together, your voices will shake kingdoms. Alone, your gift can reach a circle. Together, your gifts will ignite movements. Alone, you can resist storms. Together, you can command climates. This is the power of covenant. Lift your eyes. Beloved, the days of isolation are not the whole story. They were preparation, but not the end. You will still have solitary moments, but you will also know the strength of standing shoulder to shoulder with others chosen, others anointed, others carrying fire like yours. And together, the blaze will be unstoppable. So prepare your heart. Release bitterness. Sharpen discernment. Remain open. And when the covenant partners arrive, walk with them in humility and strength. For destiny was never designed to be carried alone. It was always meant to be shared. Chosen one, you have reached a point in your journey where heaven begins to speak, not only in whispers but in codes, numbers, patterns, timings, alignments. These are not random. They are confirmations. You are walking in a season where even the smallest details shout, you are chosen. You are guided. You are not forgotten. Endano. There are times when you look at the clock and the digits burn into your spirit. You see the same number again on a receipt, again on a page, again in a passing glance. These are not coincidences. Heaven is orchestrating reminders for you. Gentle nudges that your steps are ordered and your path is aligned. There are seasons when these patterns appear so often that you cannot deny them. You may wake at the same hour, 3 nights in a row. Notice the same number every time you turn your head, or hear confirmations in conversations without prompting them. This is heaven insisting that you pay attention. It is like a friend gently but persistently tapping your shoulder, reminding you that something significant is unfolding. Do not dismiss the repetition. It is the Spirit calling you to awareness, urging you to recognize divine fingerprints in your everyday life. Numbers also come as comfort in moments of despair. When you were on the edge of giving up, when your heart whispered that you could not endure another day, suddenly the code appeared again. It was heaven's way of leaning close, saying, "You are not forgotten. Hold on. The story is not over." Those numbers were not empty. They were lifelines, invisible threads tying you back to hope. They were anchors in storms, proof that your journey is still being guided with precision from above. Chosen one. Prophetic numbers also challenge you. They push you to lift your perspective higher, to see beyond the natural into the eternal. When the same number appears, it is not only encouragement, it is an invitation to pray deeper, to expect more, to believe that alignment is closer than you think. Each number is like a key, unlocking greater hunger for God's voice. They stir your spirit until you begin to live, not by sight alone, but by discernment, reading the signs that others ignore, walking boldly in trust. Scripture says in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Numbers often carry these reminders of timing. They whisper to you that what God promised has not been forgotten, that the appointed time is still unfolding, and that your destiny is moving closer with every step. Chosen one. Understand this. Heaven speaks in numbers because numbers carry meaning. 7 for completion, 12 for government, 40 for testing, 70 for release. Numbers are not magic, they are messages. They remind you that everything in creation is ordered, structured, and aligned under God's hand. When you see them repeatedly, it is an invitation to lean in, to recognize that heaven is weaving your life with precision. Have you noticed how certain numbers arrive just when you need reassurance? Perhaps in moments when you questioned if you were on the right path. Suddenly, a number appeared familiar, comforting, impossible to ignore. That was heaven saying, "Yes, you are aligned. Keep going. Do not quit." And, beloved, do not dismiss these signs. They are not empty. They are confirmations that you are living under divine orchestration. Every number that appears in your path is like a footprint of God walking ahead of you. You are not stumbling blindly. You are following tracks already laid in eternity. And now, I invite you to respond prophetically. If this word resonates in your spirit, type in the comments 22, 22, 4 twos, carrying the weight of alignment, witness, and confirmation. By writing them, you are declaring, "I believe heaven is confirming my steps. I align myself fully with God's appointed time. I trust that my revelation will not delay." When you type it, you are not just entering digits, you are planting agreement. You are saying, "I choose to recognize heaven's codes. I choose to walk in awareness, not blindness. I choose to see the signs and trust the timing." And that act of agreement unlocks deeper sensitivity in your spirit. Chosen one. Prophetic numbers are reminders that you are not late, not forgotten, not wandering. They remind you that heaven's calendar does not bend to human clocks. The world may say you are behind, but heaven says you are right on time. The numbers you see are confirmations that the author of your life is still writing, still aligning, still perfecting your story. Think of Joseph again. Dreams were given to him as a youth, but fulfillment came years later. In between, he endured betrayal, slavery, and prison. Yet every step, though painful, was ordered. Every season was numbered. And when the time came, the dream was fulfilled, right on schedule, not a moment too early, not a moment too late. So it will be with you. Beloved, lift your eyes. Do not fear the waiting. Do not resent the process. Pay attention to the numbers, the patterns, the confirmations. They are whispers from eternity, reminding you that the timing is set. The order is sure. The fulfillment is guaranteed. And as you walk this path, let the numbers remind you of something deeper. You are not walking alone. Heaven has gone before you, setting every step in place. The patterns you see are not random. They are the fingerprints of God marking your journey. Chosen one. Type it now, if your spirit burns with recognition. 2222. And let that declaration anchor you in trust. The appointed time is near. The revelation will not delay. And you are exactly where you need to be. Chosen one. Destiny is a river. And rivers are not meant to remain hidden in valleys. They are meant to carve landscapes, to water fields, to carry life into dry places. The gift inside you is that river. For years, it has been flowing underground, unseen by many. But its force has only grown stronger. Soon, it will burst into the open. And when it does, it will not trickle timidly. It will roar with power, reshaping everything it touches. The prophet Isaiah once wrote in chapter 58, verse 11, "The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land and will strengthen your frame. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters never fail." This is what you are becoming, not a puddle that dries up with heat, but a spring that cannot stop flowing, a river that never fails. Beloved, the beauty of a river is not only in its power but in its reach. One stream may quench the thirst of a few, but when streams join, they create a river strong enough to nourish nations. Your voice, your presence, your testimony is like that stream, but when joined with the support, encouragement, and faith of others, it becomes unstoppable. That is why partnership matters. That is why unity multiplies impact. Let me speak with a gentle heart here. The words you are receiving are not casual. They are carefully woven, poured from the Spirit, meant to strengthen and equip you. But rivers like this require a source to keep flowing. If these words have watered your soul, if they have refreshed your spirit, if they have given you courage in dry seasons, then I ask you to help keep the river flowing. Your actions are the streams that join this flow. When you like, it is like sending ripples outward, letting others see the glimmer of water. When you share, it is like opening new channels, carrying the river into lands it has not yet touched. When you subscribe, it is like building a bridge along the riverbank, saying, "I want to keep walking beside this stream." And when you donate, you are pouring water into the source itself, ensuring the river never runs dry, but grows stronger, deeper, wider. Do not think these acts are too small. A single raindrop seems insignificant, but when joined with millions, it floods valleys, fills reservoirs, and births waterfalls. Your one action joins with others until it becomes something nations cannot ignore. Every ripple matters. Every stream strengthens the flow. Chosen one. Imagine a lamp burning in the night. Its flame offers warmth, direction, and comfort to those lost in darkness. but without oil, the lamp grows dim. Support through encouragement, through generosity, through participation is the oil that keeps the flame alive. When you pour oil, the lamp not only stays lit for you, but continues shining for countless others who are still wandering in the night. Or picture a tree planted by rivers of water. It does not bear fruit for itself alone. Its fruit feeds others. Its shade shelters the weary. Its roots prevent erosion. Your gift is that tree, but even the strongest tree must be watered. Every like, every share, every subscription, every donation is like water poured onto the roots, ensuring the tree grows stronger, taller, and fruitful for generations. Beloved, understand this truth. When you support what nourishes you, you are not just giving, you are sowing. Every seed sown into fertile soil produces a harvest. When you sow encouragement, you reap encouragement. When you sow generosity, you reap abundance. When you sow faith, you reap strength. What you release does not leave your life. It multiplies and returns. This is not about obligation, it is about alignment. When you recognize that a river is flowing, wisdom says, drink from it. Yes, but also contribute to it. Keep it alive so that others may drink too. For just as someone's obedience has watered you, your obedience will water someone else. So let me beat you with sincerity to respond. Like this message, share it. Subscribe if you have not. And if the Spirit stirs your heart, sow into it with generosity, not because you are pressured, but because you are partnering with the river, because you believe this light must not be hidden, because you know that together we can carry this flow to nations still waiting for refreshment. Chosen one, lift your eyes and see the bigger picture. You are not just one soul drinking from the stream. You are part of a river system that heaven is raising up to water nations. Your participation strengthens the current. Your support deepens the flow. Your generosity fuels the tide. And together, this river will not only refresh individuals, it will reshape landscapes. So let your action be prophetic. When you press like, you declare, this word matters. When you share, you proclaim, this word must travel. When you subscribe, you say, this journey is mine too. And when you donate, you plant a seed in the soil of eternity, saying, this river will not run dry on my watch. Beloved, you are chosen not just to drink from the river, but to help it flood the nations. And as you do, the same waters you pour into will water your own soul in return. For no one who waters others will remain unwatered. The river is flowing. The invitation is before you. Step into it, drink, partner, solve, and watch as the waters rise. Chosen one, the story written over your life has always been greater than what your eyes can see. You have endured long nights of silence, seasons of pressing, and battles that felt endless. But within all of it, heaven has been writing a testimony that cannot be erased. Your voice carries not just the sound of survival, but the authority of transformation. You have walked through fire, and you did not burn. You have passed through floods, and you did not drown. Now, your testimony has become a lighthouse for others, still lost at sea. Every chosen one becomes a living story. Your scars are chapters. Your tears are ink. Your endurance is the pen in the hand of God, writing line after line of redemption. Others may try to define you by a single page, a single season, a single failure, but heaven knows the whole book. And in this book, no chapter of pain ends without a chapter of purpose. No page of loss closes without a page of restoration. The Word of God declares in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, "They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink from death." Do you hear that? Beloved, victory does not come only by what Jesus did. It comes when you add your testimony to his sacrifice. Hell trembles when the redeemed open their mouths. Your story is not weakness, it is weapon. But a weapon unused remains powerless. That is why silence has been one of the enemy's fiercest strategies against you. He has tried to keep you quiet, convincing you that your story is too messy, too small, or too unworthy. He has whispered that no one would listen, that no one would care. Yet every time you have chosen to speak, even in trembling whispers, heaven has moved and chains have broken. Chosen one, your story is not meant to be hidden. It is not a private treasure locked away in fear. It is a torch, meant to set fires in cold hearts. It is a key, meant to unlock prison doors for others. It is bread, meant to feed the hungry and hope-starved. Your story is not about you alone. It is about the ones waiting on the other side of your obedience. Think of the Samaritan woman. She met Jesus at a well, carrying shame, rejection, and secrets. Yet one encounter turned her into a messenger. She ran into her city, declaring, "Come, see a man who told me everything I ever did." Her story was not polished. It was raw, but it carried power. And an entire city was stirred because she dared to speak. That same power rests on you. Beloved, your story is not diminished by its pain. It is defined by its redemption. What once felt like shame becomes the very proof of God's grace. What once felt like defeat becomes the evidence of his victory. Every wound that once bled now bleeds oil, healing those who touch it. You are a walking testimony, and testimonies are unstoppable. And here, I will invite you to step into boldness. If your spirit burns while reading this, type in the comments, "I carry fire," just 3 words, yet filled with weight. When you write them, you declare that your story is not silent. Your scars are not wasted. Your voice is not muted. You are saying to heaven, to hell, and to yourself, "My life is testimony, and my testimony carries fire." Apply. This act is prophetic. By typing those words, you are igniting the flame inside you. You are refusing to bow to silence. You are standing in agreement with heaven's call on your life. And do not underestimate the ripple it will create. Someone else will read your words and find courage to share their own. Someone drowning in shame will realize they too can speak. And suddenly, the testimonies multiply, becoming a wildfire of hope. Chosen one, your fire is not ordinary. It is contagious. When you carry it boldly, others will catch it. Your words will become sparks, your presence a torch, your testimony a bonfire in the night. Do not fear who will reject it. Focus on who will be rescued by it. For every scoffer, there will be 10 who are saved. For every mocker, there will be a multitude set free. Remember this, stories outlive voices. Long after your words are spoken, the impact of your story will remain. Testimonies ripple through generations. A prayer whispered today can echo in the life of a grandchild decades from now. A story shared now can plant seeds of faith that bloom in strangers you will never meet. Your story is eternal because it is not just yours, it is God's story told through you. Beloved, step out of silence. Refuse the lie that you are too broken to speak. Refuse the fear that your words do not matter. Every time you open your mouth, heaven breathes through you. Every time you testify, hell loses ground. Every time you declare what God has done, darkness is pushed back. Lift your head. Chosen one. Your life is not random. Your scars are not wasted. Your story is not meaningless. You carry fire, and when you release it, nations will feel the heat. Chosen one. Every warrior carries scars. Some are visible, traced across skin and remembered with every glance. Others are hidden deep, etched into the soul where only you and God can see. These scars tell stories of battles survived, of losses endured, of pain transformed into strength. They are not marks of weakness, they are marks of endurance. Every scar is a testimony. I walked through fire, and I am still here. Oh, scars are holy in heaven's eyes. The resurrected Christ did not hide his wounds. He displayed them. When Thomas doubted, Jesus did not rebuke him with distant words. He said, "Put your finger here, see my hands. Reach out your hand and put it into my side." Even in glory, the Lamb bore scars, not because he was weak, but because his scars were proof of victory. If the Son of God kept his scars, why would you despise yours? It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 2, verse 12. If we endure, we will also reign with him. Endurance is not sterile, it leaves marks, and those marks qualify you for authority. Your scars are the evidence that you endured, that you did not quit when quitting was easier, that you clung to faith when everything in you wanted to let go. Heaven crowns the scarred, because only the scarred know the cost of victory. Chosen one. Reflect on your scars. Some came from betrayal daggers placed in your back by those you trusted most. Some came from loss, graves dug too soon, goodbyes you never wanted to say. Some came from battles within yourself, nights of wrestling with despair, with doubt, with the weight of your own humanity. Each scar carries memory, and sometimes the memory still aches. Yet each scar also carries power, and that power outweighs the pain. Think of the olive press. Oil only flows when the fruit is crushed. Without pressure, there is no release. Your scars are proof of crushing, but they are also proof that oil flowed from you. Every time you bled, heaven bottled it as oil. Every time you broke, the fragrance of your worship rose higher. Every scar you carry has birthed oil that others will one day need. Beloved, scars also make you relatable. A person without scars may inspire admiration, but they do not inspire trust. People listen not to those who have lived in untouched perfection, but to those who have bled and survived. When you speak from your scars, you are saying, I know pain, I know loss, I know despair, but I also know the God who carried me through. That honesty disarms walls, opens hearts, and builds bridges no polished words could create. Your scars have also sharpened your discernment. Pain teaches what peace cannot. Betrayal sharpens your vision. Loss deepens your compassion. Failure expands your humility. Now, when you walk into a room, you can sense the wounds others hide, because you have carried your own. Scars make you sensitive not only to pain, but also to healing. You can recognize when someone is bleeding inwardly, even when they smile outwardly. And you can speak words that cut chains because you know what chains feel like. Chosen one. Scars are also prophetic. They declare survival, and survival proclaims future. If you survived what should have destroyed you, then nothing ahead can undo you. Your scars are proof that destiny cannot be stopped. They are evidence that hell tried and failed. Every time you see them, remember, I am unbreakable, not because I am strong, but because God is faithful. Do not hide your scars in shame. Do not cover them as if they disqualify you. Show them when the Spirit leads. Let them be living testimonies. Just as Jesus revealed his wounds to Thomas, sometimes your willingness to reveal your scars will awaken faith in someone else. Your openness could be the bridge to another's healing. Beloved, scars are not the end of your story. They are the beginning of your ministry. They are the foundation of the authority you carry. Heaven trusted you to endure pain, not because you were disposable, but because you were dependable. Others could not have survived what you did. Yet you stand, and standing, you shine with glory greater than before. Consider Joseph again. He bore invisible scars of betrayal by his brothers, false accusation by Potiphar's wife, and years forgotten in prison. Yet when he stood before Pharaoh, those scars became his strength. They made him wise, compassionate, discerning. Without the scars, he could not have reigned. Without your scars, you would not be ready for the nations you are called to influence. Chosen one. Scars also silence the accuser. When the enemy whispers, "You are weak. You failed. You are unworthy," you can lift your scars as evidence. Yes, I was wounded. Yes, Iblil. But here I am, still chosen, still standing, still crowned. The very thing meant to destroy you becomes the weapon you raise in triumph. Your scars are also eternal. On the day you stand before the throne, heaven will not erase your story. Your scars will shine with glory, transformed into jewels of testimony. Angels will marvel, for they cannot bleed. Saints will honor, for they know the cost. And the Lamb, who still bears his own scars, will look at yours and say, "Well done, beloved." You are not defined by your scars. You are refined by them. You are not limited by your wounds. You are launched by them. You are not disqualified by your pain. You are qualified by your endurance. Every scar is holy. Every mark sacred. Every wound turned to weapon. Lift your head. Chosen one. The world may see scars as damage, but heaven sees them as design. And when you walk before nations, your authority will not come from polished perfection, but from scarred survival. You will carry your scars as banners, declaring to the world, "I have been through the fire, and the fire did not win." End of Chosen one. Glory always follows fire. What has been burned in you? What has been stripped away? What has been pressed beyond breaking? These were not ends, but beginnings. The weight you carry now is not just scars, not just oil, but glory. A light rests upon your life that cannot be explained by talent, status, or effort. It is the residue of presence, the imprint of the divine, the evidence that you have been with God. Moses experienced this when he descended from the mountain. His face shone with radiance, so much so that the people trembled. That glow was not earned by study or by striving, it was a gift of proximity. He had been near the fire, and the fire left its mark. In the same way, you have been near the fire of trials, near the fire of worship, near the fire of God's refining presence. And now, without even trying, you carry the residue of glory. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 18, "And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit." Do you see it? Glory is not a one-time encounter. It is an ever-increasing transformation. Every season you endure, every prayer you release, every surrender you offer increases the radiance you carry. Beloved, glory is not glamour. The world confuses the two. Glamour shines briefly, fades quickly, and depends on applause. Glory is deeper. It does not fade when the lights go out or when the crowds depart. Glory lingers. It abides. It clings to you like fragrance, announcing to the unseen realms that you belong to God. Glory also terrifies darkness. This is why the enemy has tried so hard to crush your spirit. He is not afraid of your talent. He is afraid of your glow. He fears the radiance that leaks from you, even when you are silent. Glory announces to the spiritual realm that light is present, that authority is near, that heaven has marked its chosen. This is why you have faced battles fiercer than others. Hell recognized the glow long before you did. Chosen one. The glory you carry is not only for you. Just as Moses' radiance encouraged Israel, just as Jesus' transfiguration prepared his disciples, your glow is meant to strengthen others. When people encounter you, they will sense peace they cannot explain. They will feel hope stir without knowing why. They will weep in your presence, not because of you, but because the glory resting on you awakens what was buried within them. Glory is also weight. The Hebrew word kabod means heaviness. When glory rests on you, it is not always lightness but gravity. It presses you into deeper reverence, deeper obedience, deeper humility. This is why chosen ones often walk with both radiance and responsibility. The glow you carry may draw people, but the weight you carry drives you into prayer. You shine, but you also bow. You are luminous, but you are also hidden in reverence. Beloved, do not despise the weight of glory. Others may not understand why you live differently, why you cannot compromise, why you carry yourself with caution. But the weight is not punishment, it is preservation. Glory cannot rest on casual shoulders. It requires discipline, humility, and surrender. The more glory increases, the more carefully you must walk. Think also of how glory transforms. When Isaiah saw the Lord high and lifted up, glory filled the temple, and he cried, "Woe to me, I am ruined." Yet that encounter purified him, touched his lips with fire, and commissioned him as a prophet. Glory reveals both God's majesty and our weakness, but it also transforms weakness into mission. The glory you carry is not meant to shame you, but to send you, chosen one. Glory is also prophetic. It points beyond you to the one who gives it. When people marvel at your strength, you will know it is His. When they comment on your peace, you will say, "This is not mine, it is His presence." Glory does not exalt the vessel, it exalts the giver. That is why heaven can trust you with it, because your scars, your journey, your humility have prepared you not to steal the glory, but to reflect it. There will be moments when the glory you carry will open doors without you knocking. Opportunities will come not because of connections or qualifications, but because of presence. People will sense something about you they cannot define, and they will be drawn. That is glory at work. It will place you before kings, not to magnify you, but to magnify God through you. Beloved, lift your eyes. The radiance upon you is not fading, it is increasing. Every prayer adds to it. Every trial refines it. Every surrender deepens it. And in the days to come, your glow will not only mark you as chosen, but also draw nations to light. For it is written that kings will come to the brightness of your rising. So walk humbly, but also boldly. Carry your glow with reverence, but do not hide it. Let it shine in workplaces, in families, in cities. Do not cover what heaven has uncovered, for your glory is not yours, it is God's, shining through you. A beacon to the world that darkness cannot extinguish. Chosen one, you are radiant, you are luminous, you are marked by ever-increasing glory, and the world will know it, not because you announce it, but because you carry it. Chosen one. Destiny does not come without a final testing, before crowns are placed, before mantles are unveiled, before voices echo to nations. There is always a last refining fire. You have walked through many trials already, but you may have noticed how the battles have intensified in recent seasons. This is not because you are failing, it is because you are nearing the unveiling. The closer you come to your moment of release, the more the fire rages. Hell throws its fiercest storms, not at those wandering aimlessly, but at those about to step into history. This final testing is not punishment, it is purification. Gold cannot shine without fire. Diamonds are only formed under pressure. Wine is only released through crushing. Likewise, your destiny could not emerge without the refining that pressed, burned, and stretched you beyond comfort. Though it hurt, though it felt unbearable, heaven knew what it was producing in you: purity, resilience, humility, and unshakable trust. Every furnace, though it rages, is still under heaven's control. The flames you endured were never allowed to consume you, only to consume what could not remain. Fear was burned away. Doubt was weakened. False identities were stripped off. What emerged was the truest version of you, the one God designed before time began. Understand this. Beloved, the fire was not your enemy. It was your midwife. It delivered you from who you thought you were into, who you are truly called to be. Without it, your destiny would remain hidden. Through it, your destiny is revealed. Scripture reminds us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7, "These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith, of greater worth than gold, which perishes, even though refined by fire, may result in praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed. Your trials are not random. They are refining your faith until it gleams with eternal worth. Beloved, do not misinterpret the fire. When you lost what you thought you could not live without, when doors slammed in your face, when friends betrayed, when silence seemed endless, those were not signs of abandonment. They were the forge of destiny. The fire was removing impurities, burning away pride, shaking off fear. It was leaving you with a faith that cannot be bribed, a voice that cannot be silenced, and a soul that cannot be bought. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were thrown into a furnace heated 7 times hotter than normal, yet they emerged not even smelling of smoke. Because the Son of God walked with them, the fire did not destroy them, it destroyed their chains. The same is true for you. The furnace you endured has not ruined you, it has freed you. What bound you before can no longer hold you. What once terrified you now trembles before you. Chosen one. This last refining is also a test of trust. Do you believe when nothing makes sense? Do you still cling when the evidence seems absent? Do you still worship when the blessing has not yet come? Faith is not proven on mountaintops, but in valleys. Not in celebrations, but in silence. Heaven has been watching, not to condemn you, but to crown you. Every time you whispered a prayer in darkness, every time you chose obedience without applause, every time you resisted compromise, though it cost you, that was faith, proven, genuine. And now, as the fire subsides, something new is rising. Out of ashes comes beauty. Out of loss comes life. Out of pain comes power. The refining has ended, not in ruin, but in radiance. You are different now. Stronger, softer, sharper, more compassionate, more unshakable, more aligned with heaven's heartbeat. You are not who you were before the fire, and that is the point. Beloved, the final test also proves your authority. Before you can lead nations, you must conquer yourself. Before you can break chains for others, you must break chains within. Before you can carry glory, you must lay down pride. These battles were not against flesh alone, they were against your own fears, doubts, and weaknesses, and you overcame. That victory is why you will now walk in authority that no one can counterfeit. Do not resent the intensity of this season. Every chosen vessel has walked through it. Joseph endured the prison before the palace. David faced exile before the throne. Esther trembled before the king, before saving her people. Jesus bore Gethsemane before resurrection glory. If they walked the path of refining, so must you. But like them, you will rise crowned, chosen one. Remember this, testing seasons are temporary, but what they produce is eternal. Faith proven in fire will never fade. Authority born in suffering will never crumble. Glory birthed in trials will never be stolen. You have passed through what few could survive. And now heaven is preparing to unveil you. Look closely at your journey. Every scar, every loss, every prayer has led here. You have walked through deserts, but streams are about to burst forth. You have endured pruning, but fruit is about to bloom. You have borne crosses, but crowns are about to shine. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was random. All of it was necessary. Beloved, the nations are waiting. Creation itself leans forward. eager for the unveiling of God's sons and daughters. And you are among them. The final fire has marked you, not with ashes, but with radiance. The trials have not diminished you, they have distinguished you. You stand now as a vessel not of fragile glass, but of refined gold. Lift your head, chosen one. The testing is nearly complete. The unveiling is near. The fire that once burned you now glows within you as light. And when the nations see you, they will not see only a survivor, they will see a testimony of God's refining power. A living flame declaring His faithfulness. You are chosen. You are refined. You are ready. Chosen one. The journey has brought you here, not to an ending, but to the threshold of unveiling. Every night of weeping, every hidden battle, every scar carved into your spirit has been leading to this moment. You are standing now on the edge of fulfillment, the place where what was whispered in secret becomes thunder to nations. The gift inside you is not just stirring, it is ready to roar. For so long, you have lived in shadows, misunderstood by some, overlooked by others, even doubted by yourself. But heaven never doubted you. Heaven marked you from the beginning, weaving your days with divine intention, watching as each struggle formed resilience, as each loss birthed compassion, as each delay refined your character. You were never disqualified by your wounds. You were qualified by your endurance. The prophet Isaiah recorded in chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." These words are not abstract. They are for you. The light you carry is not borrowed. It is born of fire. The glory resting on you is not shallow. It is weighty. And now, the world will see what heaven has always known. You are chosen, and your gift is about to shake nations. Beloved, shaking is not destruction, it is awakening. When earthquakes come, they do not always collapse. They also realign. In the same way, the gift within you will not merely disturb, it will awaken. It will shake falsehood until truth rises. It will shake despair until hope is restored. It will shake darkness until light floods in. This is why your presence will matter, not because of your name, but because of the one whose glory rests upon you. Understand this: nations are not only geographical borders. Nations are people groups, movements, generations, communities waiting for light. Your influence will extend beyond what you can see. A word you speak may ripple across cultures. A testimony you release may echo through generations. A single act of obedience may shift the destiny of many. This is how chosen ones operate, not by might, not by calculation, but by spirit. Chosen one. Lift your vision higher. You are not small. You are not forgotten. You are a vessel of eternal weight. The same Spirit that raised Jesus from the grave dwells in you, and through you, nations will be stirred. Some will resist. Some will mock. Some will even rise against you. But resistance is not a sign of failure, it is proof of impact. The louder the opposition, the greater the shaking. Remember what was spoken through Jeremiah: "I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." That appointment is not only ancient history, it is a living reality. You, too, have been appointed, not to echo empty words, but to release living fire, not to chase platforms, but to shift atmospheres, not to seek applause, but to bear fruit that endures. Beloved, the unveiling of your gift will also demand courage. Nations are shaken, not by timid voices, but by bold ones. Yet boldness is not arrogance. True boldness is quiet confidence in the one who sent you. You will stand. Even when your knees tremble, you will speak. Even when your voice quivers, and you will discover that in those moments, heaven fills your weakness with strength. Think of Esther. She stepped into the throne room trembling, but her obedience shifted a nation. Think of Moses. He stammered before Pharaoh, yet his words released deliverance. Think of Peter. He once denied in fear, yet later preached with fire that birthed the church. None were flawless. All were human, yet all shook nations. Because they obeyed. You are part of their lineage now. Chosen one. The time of hiding is ending. The refining has been completed. The weight of glory rests on you. And though you may still feel ordinary, heaven has already declared you extraordinary. When you step forward, it will not be you alone. It will be the fire of God within you, the oil upon you, the glory surrounding you. Do not fear the magnitude of the call. The one who began the work in you will be faithful to complete it. He has carried you this far not to abandon you at the threshold. He has invested too much, refined too deeply, shaped too carefully. The nations will shake. Yes, but you will stand, anchored in him. And here is the mystery. Shaking will not only flow outward, it will flow inward. As you step into your calling, you will feel new dimensions of freedom. Chains you did not even realize remained will fall. Fears you thought dormant will dissolve. Joy will rise where sorrow once lingered. You will be transformed even as you become an instrument of transformation. Beloved, when nations hear you, they will not simply hear a voice. They will hear survival, scars, oil, fire, and glory woven into every word. They will hear the sound of endurance turned into authority, of wounds turned into weapons, of pain turned into power. And that sound cannot be ignored. Chosen one, rise now into your destiny. Nations are waiting. Creation is groaning. Heaven is cheering. You are not small, not weak, not forgotten. You are chosen, and your hidden gift, refined in silence, pressed in fire, watered in tears, is about to shake nations with unshakable force. Chosen one, you have walked with me through a river of words, through valleys and mountains, through fire and oil, scars and glory. 30 chapters have poured forth, and each one has been a mirror reminding you of who you are and whose you are. But hear me clearly, this is not the end. This is a beginning. You are standing now at the doorway of a new season, and heaven is waiting for your yes. Everything you have endured, every battle, every tear, every silence has not been wasted. It has shaped you into a vessel strong enough to carry nations on your shoulders. Do not forget this truth. Your story is not fragile. It is eternal. Your voice is not small. It is prophetic. Your gift is not hidden anymore. It is rising. The world will see the fire that has been forged in secret. And when it shines, it will not be dim. Beloved, lift your head. You are chosen for this exact moment in history, not another era, not another place here. Now, the light within you is not meant for storage, but for shining. You have survived storms not just to stand, but to illuminate. You carry the authority of endurance, the fragrance of intimacy, the glow of glory. And with these, you will step into arenas you never imagined, touching lives you never knew, awakening hearts you never met. But remember, no river flows alone. Streams must join to become mighty currents. Flames must gather to become a wildfire. Voices must rise together to become thunder. That is why I invite you now, if these words have stirred your soul, if this script has reminded you of your worth, if you have felt heaven whispering as you listened, then take a step of action, like this message, not for numbers, but as a declaration that truth matters. Share it, not for me, but because someone you know is waiting for these words like water in a desert. Subscribe, so you remain connected to this flow, so you do not miss the future. Streams of oil, heaven will continue to release. And yes, leave a comment, not just for engagement, but as a testimony. Write a line of your own story, a phrase of faith, or even a simple, "I receive." Your words may become the spark that ignites courage in someone else's heart. Do not think these actions are too small. Small drops create rivers. Small sparks birth wildfires. Small seeds grow forests. Your like, your share, your comment, your subscription, they are not empty clicks. They are prophetic acts. Signs that you are not only hearing, but responding. And response is what turns revelation into transformation. Chosen one, heaven has pressed this message into your path for a reason. You were never random. You were never forgotten. You are chosen, marked, crowned, anointed. And now, your hidden gift is about to rise with unstoppable force. The world is waiting. The nations are ready. And your time has come. So, step forward. Shine. Shake. Declare. Live. And as you do, know that you are never alone. Heaven walks with you. Glory covers you. And purpose propels you. Beloved, I bless you. I honor you. I remind you one last time. You are God's chosen one.